Is correct. We are now live. Welcome to Dark Tower Palaver YouTube. We are here for the year-end bash. Of course, just starting off here on the YouTube side. We haven't started the podcast yet. But yeah, if you're new, we'll get into, I guess, the year-end bash and what they are, what it is here in just a second once we actually start the thing. Oh, look, I just got an alert from my phone. Dark Tower Palaver has gone live.
What?
But yeah, we're here. It's New Year's Eve. We don't normally always do these on New Year's Eve. That just happened to be where it landed this time.
That's where it landed this year.
But yeah, so happy New Year's to everyone as we're getting close to the new... Well, actually, some people might already be in the new year.
Australia,
yeah.
They're in a different year right now.
They're already in the future. But yeah, we're here. We're going to have some fun talking about some favorite Dark Tower moments. We're going to be talking about some dream casting for Mr. Mike Flanagan's Dark Tower series, hopefully coming with some kind of green light. That'd be
soon.
Awesome in the next next couple months. That'd be really cool. First quarter, let's say.
Let's not stop that hashtag. What's the hashtag? Hashtag Flanagan's Tower.
Flanagan's Tower, or just Flanagan's Dark Tower.
Flanagan's Dark Tower. Let's keep that going strong.
Yes, indeed. And I don't know. I mean, I just saw Amazon they're developing a Warhammer 40K or whatever it is with what's his name, Henry Cavill.
Henry. Yeah.
So that again, it just makes me think like, man, they're throwing all this money around all these different projects. Like, why isn't Dark Tower? And I don't know, but we'll see what happens. I'm gonna give them.
They had their chance.
I'm gonna give them some grace because I do think that they may be the ones that we end up getting behind it ultimately. But we'll see.
Oh, Carol.
Hello, Carol.
And
welcome.
Mike.
And Mike, welcome. Thank you for the emoji, by the way, as well, Mike. for Peter's sake. I don't know. Is there an emoji for like streamers and partiness for the New Year's Eve
Probably.
type thing? Let's I mean, we're a couple minutes early, but let's go ahead and hit the intro so we can actually get started with everything, because we've got I want to kind of talk about the year-end bash. It might be new people that we've got over the course of this year that may not know what these shows are. Oh yeah, there we go. Look at that. Good job, Peter.
Yeah.
Embracing the emoji lifestyle. But let's go ahead and hit the intro and get started with the podcast proper.
The Dark Tower by Stephen King. The man in black fled across the desert, and the gunslinger followed. Go then. There are other worlds than these. Death, but not for you, gunslinger. It's time we had our own Palaver, I think, and it's going to take a while.
And yet, dauntless, the slug horn to my lips I set, and blew. Child Roland to the Dark Tower came.
We are content, one from many. Let the Palaver begin.
Hello and welcome to Dark Tower Palaver. This is our podcast covering Stephen King's magnum opus, the Dark Tower series. My name is Tad.
And I'm Peter.
Oi.
And away.
See, I'm throwing him in all over the place now.
That's because he's the best.
Again, we've got a Billy Bumbler infestation at this show. We got
Not infestation. He's the best boy. Voted on by our fans.
Actually, one thing I forgot, and you forgot, he is not the most beloved character.
Sure he is.
We will be talking about that here shortly. But we'll go ahead and dive into the announcements. Hello, we have a couple mics in the chat here, as well as Ryan and Carol. Hi out to everyone here in the chat. Welcome, everyone. But let's go ahead and just jump into the stuff real quick here. Announcement-wise, first of all, I want to warn you about spoilers. This is a roundtable, so there will be spoilers to the primary Dark Tower series. If you haven't finished the series and read to that last page, you may want to be careful with this podcast because we may spoil something.
There's no may about it.
Yeah,
I mean,
most likely we will. I think last time, though, I said we probably spoiled it within 15 minutes, and I don't think we did. I was kind of watching the time, and then when it went by, I'm like, damn, we didn't do it. And I didn't force it. I don't want to cheat or anything. But yeah, so if you want to, if you've not finished the series, you may want to stick to our book club episodes. With those, 99% of those episodes, we stay where we are in the story or before. We don't jump ahead. We have a very, very small spoiler section at the very end, but it's isolated at the end, and we keep it there and give you ample warning for that. So then if you want to find us, you can find us on Apple Podcasting. You could stream us on Spotify, Stitcher, or any podcasting service, including most recently, but we've been added to Amazon Music and Audible. And you know what's funny? I Googled Audible, and it said podcast company. I'm like, what? I mean,
All
yeah,
right.
they're getting into podcasting, but I don't think anyone would call them a podcast company. So,
No.
But yes, we're on those places as well now. If you want to subscribe, rate, and review us on any service that you are using, if that allows that, we would appreciate that.
Yep.
It helps the show. And then if you want to join us live, like everyone I just mentioned that's here with us live in the chat, you can do that at youtube.com/darktowerpalaver. If you want to like, subscribe, and ring the bell for notifications, that way if there's any emergency episodes, which just happened
which actually happened this month, yeah.
Yeah. Or if we have to move things around, which happened, I'm sure, within the last couple of months.
November it happened.
So, yeah, those kind of things do happen on occasion. So if you have your ring the bell for notifications, you'll always know when we're going live. You'll get notifications in advance. So suddenly if it's like, oh, they're not coming until next week, and then suddenly an alert pops up, it's because maybe we had to move something.
Also, that goes for YouTube videos that we release. We've done trailer reactions with Mr. Harrigan's Phone and Firestarter. We're still waiting for Salem's Law. At some point, it's going to happen, right?
I did kind of browse the news just to make sure nothing was like big that should have been included in this episode, and I did see that they announced the running time for Salem's Law. So it seems like all the pieces are in place now, except
Still
for
going.
the trailer, and they don't have a release date. We still have no idea when the fuck it's coming out.
Yeah.
But with all those things, I mean, they've got it locked down. They've got the runtime. They've got a rating. I mean, they've got all the things in place. Yeah. The only thing they need now is a trailer and a release date. So when that comes, we'll also do a video to react to that as well. But then if you want, if you want to find the show notes, you can do that at darktowerpalaver.com. I don't know how much show notes we're going to have for this episode because we don't really have. This isn't a normal episode. For the year-end bashes, we'll talk about that in just a second. Next, if you want to support the show, you can do that at patreon.com/darktowerpalaver. We just did Misery not too long ago for the December hangout. Watched the lovely Annie Wilkes nursing.
Such a holiday movie.
Yeah, it is a holiday movie. I mean, what with the snow and all that, and Annie Wilkes being such a kind and loving person, and nursing Paul Sheldon to health and whatnot. Just it's a lovely
and trying to give him some career advice along the way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's just like he's moving away from his most popular series. She's just like, hey, go back to where you belong. This is where your popularity is.
Just like if we took Stephen King and dragged him back to the Dark Tower,
I will say that if King was a time traveler, I think that's the one that's the most prescient for our modern day. With especially some of the fan groups out there nowadays, makes me kind of wonder if Annie Wilkes
there's some horror stories that have happened with fans and celebrities and stuff like that, and it just makes me be like, whew, King was ahead of his time a little bit.
He really was.
I mean, it's not like there wasn't bad stuff that happened back then, but it's even worse now with the internet, man.
Oh yeah, exactly. People can just get together and then they just fester and just make each other grow even worse. But the weird dichotomy is I still think Misery is a perfect movie. But there is part of me that thinks that it deserves to be almost redone, if no other reason than this is the perfect setting for something like that to happen. It feels like it's something that is just gonna. But the movie's so perfect that I'm like, I can't really, in good conscience, say it should be remade. But couldn't you imagine it being?
That's a debate. That's a debate we should have. Is you take one side, I take the other, and we actually have arguments.
Oh, I have the argument inside me all the time. I'm constantly struggling. I have the two creatures on my shoulder.
I like how you don't call him an angel and devil, because that with Tad it's not those. Because an angel, if it touched Tad's shoulder, it would just fall over and die.
Look at this tangent we've got on here in the announcements.
This is what we do here at Dark Tower Palaver.
But then if you want to contact us, Peter can let you know on those, and then I will explain the year-end bash to anyone that might be new to the show in the last year.
So the best way to reach us is darktowerpalaver@gmail.com. And I understand we do have some emails regarding the Dreamcasting that we will be doing in this episode.
Yep.
Aside from those, how's our mailbag looking?
We have a couple other emails that came in too. So yeah, but I mean, it's always good to send them in. We generally try to make a goal to cover at least one email per episode.
Yep.
I will say we probably got enough for at least one or two other episodes.
Roundtables.
Roundtables.
We don't read emails during book clubs because spoilers and everything like that.
Yeah.
So if you want to email us, go ahead, and that's the way to do it. If you want to follow us on social media, we have our Twitter. It's @DarkTowerPod. That's @DarkTowerPod. We have our Facebook group. It's facebook.com/DarkTowerPalaver. Sorry, I said group. It's a page. And then Instagram is Dark Tower Palaver, all one word. And then check out our merchandise. It's tpublic.com/user/DarkTowerPalaver.
Yes, indeed. So looks like we got some more people in the chat. I already mentioned Ryan, but we also got Chris from Australia. We got Jack, and then then everybody else that we've already talked about. Got a good crowd.
Mike says drones, cells, and GPS trackers would make a remake of Misery less believable. I mean,
now,
the one thing is that
all you have to do is make Paul Sheldon an anti-cellular person.
there are still old cars out there on the road that you could very easily have him driving an old car like he is driving in the movie.
Yeah.
Just have him drive the exact same kind of car.
The same car, yeah. And he's just like an anti-cell phone kind of guy, so he doesn't...
No, I mean, the cell phone's easy. You just take the cell phone and just have her drive 10 miles further up the road and chuck it out into the woods. So they find the cell phone, but they don't find the car.
Yeah, that's true.
You know?
That's true. So yeah, let's talk about the year-end bash. We've been doing these pretty much since the beginning, I think. I don't remember if we did one the very first year or not, because we were only a couple months into doing the show, so I don't think that we did. But I think within at least at the end of our first full year, we started doing year-end bashes. So the main thing with the year-end bash, it was way more unique maybe back in the old days. Nowadays, we got the live chat and everything. But back then, we didn't. We didn't even do these shows live, let alone have people call in or whatever. But that's what we are happy in the chat. But what we did with the year-end bashes is we set a time kind of like we do now. Like I said, it seems normal, but the main thing is we do allow call-ins. So if anyone wants to call in, the last couple of years, last year I don't think we had any callers. I think the year before we had one. But yeah, we allow that, so it's on the screen there.
It's right above Ted. Point up, Ted. Point up.
Is it above me?
It's above you.
See, the problem is on the screen here, it doesn't I have the screen that kind of shows what's on the screen, quote unquote, but it doesn't show the Discord or the OBS stuff, so I can't tell which is which. But yes,
it's right above Ted. It's Dark Tower Palaver. It's all one word, no spaces for the audio people who might just be listening instead of watching YouTube. With us live. If you go to Skype, put that in as the username, and then you can just hit call. And I'm actually running the Skype, so I can
yes.
hit accept.
Chris says just said it in the 80s. I think the only problem there is then you lose the modern element that makes it interesting to me, because I think the only thing that makes, because again, I think the original movie is a perfect movie. I think the only thing that would make it really interesting is doing it with like the internet community. Maybe it's not even one person. What if it's a group of people?
You like expanded beyond Annie Wilkes? What if it was Annie
maybe
Wilkes
it's not even
inspired by a group, but then as soon as she says like, "Hey, I did it," they like turn on her and they're like, and that's what kind of tips her over the edge.
I don't know. It definitely could be. But yeah, and maybe it isn't even just a Misery remake then. Maybe it's just inspired by Misery, and you just do a modern movie where, you've got like a group of loons that attack an artist for whatever reason. Or even an executive. I mean, there's been some people that have been against some executives because of some decisions recently. And then Carol says a broken cell phone in the crash takes care of that. And that's true too. There's all kinds of fun things you can do, which I love that we get into these tangents all the time. In the announcements, it's a little bit more rare for tangents there, but yes, it has happened. So, let's go ahead and look at the calendar. I guess is the only other thing I wanted to cover. So this is the last one of the year, obviously. And then we will be back a fortnight from now, actually. So we always set our first episodes based on the weeks. There's just a certain week that if we set our episode when we do them every other week, we miss all the major holidays and stuff. And it just so happens that is the 14th. So yes, we will be back in 2 weeks after this episode and be back onto our every other week schedule going into 2023. But yeah, there's that. So next,
isn't that crazy that it's 2023.
Oh, dude!
Tomorrow,
this year is. I mean, the last couple of years have gone by like blinks, but usually
it's so weird.
You could have blamed COVID for most of it, but yeah, this year has been relatively regular, and it still went by really fast. So I don't know what the excuse is now.
It's just fast. Time sped up.
Yeah, indeed. So next up, we're going to submit nominations for the 2023 March Madness tournament, where we'll be crowning the best Dark Tower moment. I've been throwing this on social media and stuff. We've got quite a list. But what we're going to do now, anyone in the chat can chime in and throw in some stuff as well. But Peter and I are going to go through ours. And add ours to the list. And then I think at the end of this episode, we're pretty much going to lock it down. I know it's not midnight, technically, but that'll be kind of where I cap it and just say that's the end of it. And then from there, we'll take what are the highest voted ones and then grab the 16.
Put them in the bracket.
Put them in the bracket. We'll and then I think what we said is we will unveil the bracket in the second or the first, probably the first episode, because we're generally doing Roundtable Book Club now.
Yeah.
So it'll be the February episode, February Roundtable. We'll unveil the bracket so you guys will all know what it looks like as we move into March. And have the March Madness
Should
voting.
we just unveil it in March, our first episode in March?
No, because I think by that point we're going to be already have some voting done. We might even have a full round of voting done by the time we have our March episode. So yeah, we'll do it in February. So that gives us a little bit of time to put it together. But let's go ahead and dive into that. So Peter, do you want to do yours first?
You just want me to do all of them?
I mean, do you? I guess we can bounce back and forth.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 8.
I took from well, actually I didn't. I just basically made a list, and I was so close that I decided to copy Carol and do 19. So I've got 19.
Oh wow! So I guess I'll do my measly 8, and then I'll let you do your
and then
massive 19.
Yeah, and I was explaining to Peter also, because of how I'm doing it to where we can count it properly, I have them all named the same thing. So if everyone emailed in, like for instance, Tull is a good example. There's a lot of people said the Tull, the Massacre of Tull, Roland killing Tull, the Battle of Tull. There's all different names, but I had to bring it down to one name so I can use a counter and stuff. So I called it like the Tull Massacre. I feel like that was the right thing. So let's go ahead and go through yours then, but might have to give me a second to go ahead and find the name for each thing. But go ahead.
I mean, let's go ahead and just do that. Tull Massacres on there.
All right, so go ahead and put that in there. All right, got that one.
And then I have the shootout at the Leaning Tower.
Balazar's shootout is what I've got. That is what I've called that. All right.
Susanna's trial / Shardic's attack.
Okay, I don't know if I've got Shardik actually. I don't know if anybody's mentioned that one yet.
Which is what we covered that in our book club this past year. Is that is kind of Susanna's trial by fire. Eddie gets the Leaning Tower, and Susanna gets Shardic's attack.
Okay, so I'm going to put that as Shardik attack.
Okay.
Like a bear attack,
Exactly. Or like a bumbler attacking on a bridge, which is my next one.
Oh, the bumbler attack on the bridge, huh?
The bridge scene is my moment. Thank you.
Say oi attack here.
Hey, no, you stop that.
Oi attacks Jake. As the controller of the list. All right.
I have the fight versus the wolves is a question mark. Is that too long?
I'm
talking about the actual battle, not the lead up, not the post with the fights and
that one's on
the death and everything.
No, a few people put that in. Wolves of the Call of Fight is what I put down. That one I think is edging maybe close to not being a moment, but I don't know. I
think the fight itself is my moment, and that's the distinction I want to make between it is that it is the moment of the fight itself. The wolves come up the road, the shooting starts, all the wolves are dead. The shooting stops. That's my moment.
I mean, the build-up is the whole book, right?
Right. So. Well, no, but the aftermath as well. Like, you have the couple deaths and everything like that.
Yeah.
That's a separate moment for me. So that's why I wanted to make sure that's a distinction of fight versus the wolves. And then I have 3 more. I have Eddie owning Blaine, obviously.
Okay, let's see. Let me look for Blaine here and see what we... Eddie kills Blaine is what that one's called. Yep. So, all right, got that one.
And then Eddie owning Tower.
I think that might already be on here too. I think it is. My problem is it? Well, not that. Let's see if I can find it under Eddie here. Eddie kills Blaine. Eddie. Maybe that one hasn't been brought up before. No, but there's very similar ones. But Eddie, I actually figured you'd have that one. I'm gonna put Rip's Tower.
Yeah.
All right. So that, yeah.
And then the last one.
The way you say that just makes me know that this is probably a troll of some kind.
The Death of Flag.
How dare you?
It's such a glorious moment.
Oh no, it's not, sir. It's a tragedy to see the hero of the story die.
Not the hero of the story, not by a long shot.
Okay, so got those put in now. So what I'll do is I'll just read through mine, and then I will just paste them in. It's fine. I already have them down. So
Mike put in the chat, #Peter is terrible. I don't know why I'm terrible for how enjoying the villain dying.
Slander, sir. Slander.
And then it looks like Chris is dusting off his Skype account, so we'll be hearing from Chris here shortly.
Sweet. All right. So starting off at the top for me, Roland looks into the jetliner. For me, I mean, it's the moment that I fell in love with the series, just because crossing over this Western, this cowboy, all this kind of stuff was suddenly you're looking into
Our world,
relatively modern, like jetliner, something that most of us have been in at one point or another in our lives. We've been on a plane with the stewardesses and everything else. So I just love that. That's just one of my absolute moments that drew me to the series. That's probably one of the biggest reasons we're here is that. So that's definitely one of them. The next one I've got.
We have one in the chat. I apologize. David put in for Toll.
Okay. Let me go find.
I just noticed that. Sorry.
Toll Massacre. All right.
Yep.
So my next one, Roland, command me nothing. So Roland's verbal assault on Blaine.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's epic. I mean, I get chills just thinking about it.
Now, I want to clarify this. Is that line, or is it the discussion afterwards about how Blaine's not giving them anything to play for?
It's mostly his beat down of him.
That verbal command me nothing, and then that short little speech after that.
That whole speech, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the speech there. And honestly, I can't be the only one that's gone with an audiobook and found that section and just listened to that just for kicks.
No.
You've never done that?
No.
Really? Wow. I mean, yeah. I'm surprised I haven't just like...
I can't go in and just pick out parts of the tower and listen to it. It's why the thing that you've talked about listening to just Song of Susanna or reading that by itself is just foreign to me. I can't imagine doing that.
I want to. I was actually saw something on one of the, I think the subreddit or something where people were talking about something, and they couldn't place if something was in Song of Susanna or Dark Tower. I'm like, yeah, that's why people always shit on that book.
Yeah.
Because I don't think most people realize what that book is on its own. Mm-hmm. It just kind of blurs in with things. So I still want to do that.
I remember my first 4 times reading through it. I was like, all right, Jake and Callahan versus the vampires and the Dixie Pig. And then when he gets down running out of the room, that's where it cuts off and goes to book 7. And it's like, oh no, it cuts off when they're going in. I'm like, oh shit, I forgot about that. I always forget about that.
Yeah. My next one, Roland dances the Kamala. Definitely one of my favorite. I mean, it's just such a great moment. I can't wait to see it on screen as well. Mm-hmm. I mean, I could say that about most of these. Also, my next one, I have a lot of Roland ones. Roland calling the names at the tower. Listing off the names. Again, another one of those moments I've listened to out of context many, many times.
Yeah.
And just gives me chills thinking about it, let alone some of them as he calls them out. Next up, no surprise to anyone, Moses Carver's bow.
Oh.
So Moses Carver.
Okay.
That's one of my favorite scenes. I think that's a well-known, if you're a longtime listener of the show, you've heard me mention that is probably one of my favorite minor scenes in the entire series. So that's probably not a surprise. Next one, very popular one, Showdown at the Traveler's Rest.
Oh shit, I forgot that one. I can't believe I forgot that one.
I was wondering if I'd have any that you might forget. I think
put that one down for me too. That's got to have a vote from me. I can't believe I forgot that.
I'll just duplicate it, put it at the bottom of my list. So when I
Carol says the same thing. Wow, I submitted 19 and still missed some gems. I'm feeling that right now, Carol. I can't believe I forgot the Traveler's Rest. Oh, we got a call from Chris from Australia. OG Chris.
Or OG Chris or Chris from Australia?
OG Chris. Sorry.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, Dad.
Chris, how's it going?
Fine, I guess.
Except for Peter's flag slander.
No.
Yeah, I just catching up. I just received the notification from YouTube. Otherwise, I would probably miss the Palaver of today. How are you doing, guys?
Awesome.
Doing fantastic.
Awesome. Yeah. It's the end of the year. About to cross the finish line into the next year, but Yeah, glad to be here doing this on. I don't know if this is the first time we've ever been on New Year's Eve, but
usually we take
unique.
around. Usually this is where we have to like take a week off to sync up with the next year. But this year, for some reason, it's perfect. We just no break, just go right into the new year, and it's perfectly. Fortnight later, we'll be back.
Yeah, but doing good.
Yeah, it is. If I recall correctly, past times, it was around the first or the second week of December, if I recall correctly. But as Peter is saying, this year was perfect. I mean, it's a Saturday, so
yeah. I think
usual day.
I think what it is the way the weeks fall is we ended up getting 3 episodes this December, which we don't normally have. So normally it would be this, we do the last episode of December, but normally that's this, whatever. It's not it's not the very last day like this, but this year worked out to where we had 3 episodes this month, which is unique. So,
did you get your submissions in, Chris?
Not as yet. I just sent a tweet. I see that you are discussing right now the best moments of the Dark Tower series. I mean, it's quite hard, and there are many.
Oh, yeah.
There are lots. And I think, contributing to the conversation, I think my personal best moment of the Dark Tower is in the first book, on the Gunslinger, the palaver between Randall Flagg and Roland. That was the moment when I fell in love with the story, because when I started to read it, it was like an okay story. I mean, I think it was like, a Western. I'm not a big fan of the Western. It was okay seeing Roland, doing what he does best and, killing lots of people and realizing that maybe he is a bad guy. And, the other guy in black, reviving and poor fella that
good old Nort
consuming, let's say, drugs.
yeah. See, Flagg, the good guy, bringing people back from the dead.
Just stop it.
Rolling, massacring people.
Accept it, Peter.
No.
One day you'll accept it. One day you'll realize, sir.
No.
And you'll pledge yourself to the Flagg support group.
Become a Flaggite. Is that what you call it, a Flaggite?
My life for him, sir.
My favorite book on the whole series is Wolves of the Kala.
Yeah.
I think the best, but unfortunately for me, there aren't any, great moments for me. There are many good moments for in my opinion, in that book, either being my favorite one. I don't see like a favorite moment. Maybe when the wolves attack, but it was disappointing to see that they were defeated. So let's say easily. So for me, it was like and let's say the best moment apart of the Palaver, I also concur with that. Well, I was listening while I was dedusting my Skype account. Is Roland dancing the Kamala? I also want to see that they have to adapt perfectly that dance. I don't know why, but they have to.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting one to see them try to adapt. But I think it could be a really cool scene.
Yeah.
So no, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to ask you, Chris. Do you have a moment for like the ending, like the book 6 or 7, those last couple books?
Yeah, well, I hate book 7. We all agree on hating that book because, well, spoiler alert, if anybody is listening, everybody dies. And, every single death is heavy on us because the course of 6, well, let's say the 7 books, all of us fell in love with all the characters, from the cadet and even the antagonist, Randall Flagg, or maybe secondary characters as Father Callahan. We fell in love with these characters and seeing them first, Eddie is the first one who dies. Then is Jake. And then the main character, Run the Flag, and then the other main character, Oi, which is like, I think the other day I sent a tweet that I often wonder if all of us, when we read that line, that word for the first time, I wonder if all of us wanted to punch Stephen King in the face, because I wanted to.
I can attest that I was not in the right frame of mind, that if Stephen King suddenly appeared in my bedroom when I was reading that, I probably would, I'd probably hit him for killing Oi.
Yeah,
I mean,
after killing Jake and Eddie as well.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, probably Peter is going to hate me for this, but for me, Eddie's death was like, I know it's a heavy one, as I was saying, but it's the least, heavy on me, because I didn't like Eddie at all. I prefer the relationship between Jake and Roland more than the relationship between Eddie and Roland. I always saw like Roland being the father of Eddie and being the grandfather of Jake.
Yeah.
Maybe because I have more, I have a relationship with my grandfather.
Sure.
So maybe I project a little bit, but the death that devastates us, all of us, is always. So
yeah.
I don't think there is a, disagreement on that.
I will say, Chris, I'm going to surprise you, is that Eddie's death always hits me the least. Even my first time reading it hit me the least out of the three, between Oi, Jake, and Eddie. Eddie's is kind of less brutal because it's in battle. Also, it kind of happens off screen, if I can use that phrase. Like, he's dying, but he's not dead when Roland and Jake leave. So I think that if it had been, boom, he's dead, like, the shot killed him instantly, it might have been a little bit harder on me. But because it's, like that, he's going, and then Jake and Roland have to go do a task, the blindsided of Jake's is what really hits me the hardest. Seeing Oi, my wife affected me more in my rereads, because now I have her thing that she has, which is when someone reacts to a death, it hits me harder. I found that more watching TV shows, movies, reading stuff, and everything, is when a character, especially one that I love, Oi, is reacting in a way that just breaks my heart.
Yeah.
That's what gets to me.
The red fern grows.
Exactly.
Effect.
The other dog having, and everything like that. Exactly. There's multiple examples of that, and then Oi's death, completely avoidable, is so frustrating, is that he could have survived. It's you could put the blame on several different characters and everything like that, but Eddie's death is kind of like, it's a casualty of a battle, kind of thing. It's the way Eddie would want to go out, is fighting the good fight kind of thing. Also, he's an adult.
Yeah.
Let's be perfectly honest. He's not a bumbler, which is basically the equivalent of this world's a dog. Like a golden retriever. You're like the most beloved species of dog. Like, if you think of like good boy, you think of a golden retriever. And then
we definitely don't think of a Saint Bernard, those beasts.
You stop it. And then Jake's a boy, and he sacrifices himself to save his father figure. It's just, I agree with you, Chris. Eddie's death definitely hits the least out of those three.
I think for me, it's more the shock, because it happened. The way,
like Jake's? Yeah.
Well, no, with Eddie.
Oh,
I
with
think
Eddie's.
For me, because, up to that point, nobody had really died. So when that happens, I feel like there was just a feeling that was the turning of the corner. And at this point, they were all just going to start dropping like flies.
It's like the dam broke.
Yeah.
And that was it.
Yeah, and so to me, like, Eddie's wasn't as much like an emotional impact as it was just like the knee-jerk reaction of like, oh my God, he just fucking died. Like, and it was because, I don't know, there was just something about it that I was like, yeah, this isn't the end here. This is going to be the beginning of all the characters dying. So
it's like you're standing there watching the dam break and you're just kind of stunned, versus actually seeing like the water take out a house.
Yeah.
That's the moment where you start reacting more violently, and it's not Eddie's death that does that, it's Jake's, because it follows so closely after.
Yeah. And you're right. I mean, seeing Oi after, because that's a real question though, because there is part of you that wonders, what if it were the other way though? Would you rather see Jake see Oi die, or Oi see Jake die?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
Hashtag Tally
Yeah, no kidding. Making me choose between watching Oi
suffer
or watching Jake suffer. Because, I mean, come on, man. A boy and his dog, right?
Oh,
you know,
I know.
a boy and his bumbler in this case.
But that's what I always think to myself, because there is part of me that's like, seeing Oi is so heartbreaking. It's like, God, I wish it would have went the other way. But then it's like, wait a minute, the other
Is
way.
that better?
Yeah, would that have been worse? So, I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely rough. I mean, Oi doesn't talk anymore. You know, he's very sullen the rest of the way. It just it's rough. It's a rough go for sure.
Mike says in the chat, we will eventually Stockholm Syndrome Peter. No, you will not. I will never accept Flag as the good guy. It's not going to happen.
Except Flag is your savior, sir.
No.
Well, if you think about it, Flag wanted to prevent OIZ killing Mordred.
Yeah,
and getting, I don't recall exactly, was he having one killing? It was for entering the tower, right? It's been a while.
Yeah,
since I read. That's why he wanted to kill Mordred, so he was able to. Well, he will be able to enter the tower, right?
Yeah, exactly. But you know, maybe Flag. We already know from the series in general, Flag knows things about the future. So maybe he also knew Oi was going to die. So maybe part of it was like, I'm going to save that little Billy Bumbler by killing this spider.
Exactly
by feeding other Billy Bumblers to the spider.
Yeah, nobody cares about anonymous Billy
Oh,
Bumblers.
right. They're not named, so we don't care about them.
It's like that's red shirt Billy Bumblers.
No, if you think about it, even if Flag knew about Oi's fate and he prevented that, maybe there is a possibility that also Roland will relinquish the Dark Tower, so Flag will have easy access to it, and maybe
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you see, if you connect the dots, you can go to the conclusion that Flag just wanted to, enter the tower to make things better, and Roland, the only thing he did was to reset the whole tale. So, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. I actually believe that Flag's more cognizant. He understands the cycle, and I think he's trying to break the cycle. Like, I think, yes, maybe he does want to bring the tower down, but I don't think it's for, mega maniacal, I want to end the universe. It's more of, I'd rather fucking bring this tower down than keep going through this.
So he's truly mad. He would rather make trillions of lives suffer so that he's not suffering.
Let me ask you this, Peter. If you were in his place, wouldn't you?
No. No. See, that's the difference between me, a good person, and Flag, a villain, is that my own well-being versus the well-being of trillions of lives. There's no contest. I'm the Steve Rogers kind of guy. If I got to put the plane down in the ice, I will, kind of thing.
Well, I think you are a better person than most of us.
I'm a better person than Flag. Oh, hey, that's not hard to do.
You watch yourself, there, sir. You watch yourself with that slander.
Yeah, getting back, actually, getting back to the deaths. Eddie's funny thing, Eddie's death was spoiled for me by the book itself, because the edition I have, every chapter has a little illustration, and just like a black and white. It's just a little illustration. It's not a paint, because it also contains paints made for by artists, different artists, and I see those flying around on the internet. I think several editions has them, but this particular edition I have for the 7th book contain at the beginning of every chapter an illustration. Some of them were related to what happens in that chapter. Some of them were not. In the case on the chapter when Eddie dies, there's an illustration of him just with his hand covering his eye. By the time I didn't know what it meant, but after I read it, oh man, this was a spoil for me, and maybe because of that, the impact was not so heavy. But at the same time, a few chapters before Jake dies, there's an illustration on him playing with Oi. So that's maybe it hit harder than it should, Jake's death. And then before the Oi's death, there's an illustration I have like imitating a wolf. I don't say how you say it in English. Sorry.
Like howling.
Yeah, that's the word.
Head back, howling at the sky.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So I think because of those illustrations, maybe Eddie's Dead was not so hard on me, but the other ones I was like, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy that they didn't put the illustrations after
Yeah.
the events. They put it before. It's like, you would think someone would be like, oh, maybe we shouldn't,
I actually, when you finish the book on the, let's say, good ending, before Stephen King warns you about continuing and getting the, let's say, true ending, there is an illustration of Snow with a couple of gloves and a hat saying, "This is the end." And then when you turn the page, there's a Stephen King saying, "You should stop here," but I mean, nobody listens
except me. Only because I was too dense to turn the page.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, it's over. All right. That was kind of a weird ending. I wonder why Tad was so hopped up on this series.
Oh.
I mean, I prefer, let's say, the true ending because there is an open ending to interpretation, especially when you read that Roland has the horn.
Yeah.
So there is always an opportunity, not just for an adaptation, but for you to let your imagination go wild, just imagining what Roland will do different, if the fate of the characters will be different, what actions, because I mean the horn represents not the opportunity for expanding the story, but to imagine what would be different, what not just Roland but every character will do different.
Yeah.
And maybe break the cycle. And
let me put you on the spot here, Chris. I'm going to ask you a question. I don't think I've ever really asked Tad this question. Maybe it's been brought up before, but we have obviously the news of Mike Flanagan's series. 5 seasons is what he has for his outline and everything like that.
Yes,
Flanagan comes to you and says,
that on the internet.
"Yeah,
sorry."
Oh, well, let's say this. Let's say Flanagan comes to you and says, "Hey, Chris, do you want this to be the cycle that breaks the cycle? Do you want this to be the one, or do you want it to be an open ending? What would you pick?"
An open ending.
Still an open.
Still
an open ending.
Yeah. No, the people with the TV show need the ending that we got.
Okay.
Like, I feel like that's like Red Wedding level thing, and you can't undo that. It can't come to a happy ending,
or a sad ending.
Yeah, it's got to be the experience that we experience as readers, in my opinion. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Anyone in the chat, feel free to chime in. Open ending or closed ending? Just let's put it as that. Open ending is just like the book. Closed ending is we get something different. Whether it's Roland dying, whether it's something else happening, whether it's him turning away from the tower, whether it's Flag getting to the tower or whatever. You're saying an open ending is the only way to go.
Yeah, I think
so. You're saying Flag's not that important then?
Oh, don't twist my words, sir.
He is the one guiding Roland. He is the one who gave the what was it? The sphere? How you say it in English? The ball, the crystal ball. I don't recall how you say it in English.
The
rainbow balls.
The like Black 13.
Yes,
the glass balls. Yeah,
that's the one. I think it was Flag who gave it to Ria de Cus, and then by extension Ria de Cus lost it to Roland, right? If I recall correctly.
The pink one is the grapefruit is given to Ria by the Coffin Hunters, who are given it by Farson, not by Flag.
It's the same character. People can debate that all they want. It's the same. King calls it the same character.
King has said that it's the same character. So,
according to the comics, it's not. But let's say Farson.
Yeah.
I mean, who has the power? Who has all of this? Flag. So he is the root of all events.
Root of all evil, you mean?
No, sir.
In a part. in a part, I
See?
agree. He does things, but it's for the greater good.
Oh, the greater. Get out of here with that.
Looks like
I mean,
open is the most common answer here in the chat.
We do have Mike M, who makes a very good point. Close ending, Flag breaks the cycle by saving Jake instead of killing Jake. That's an interesting choice.
I mean, that would be the right option for Flag too.
Yeah.
Roland has killed Jake a few times, so or led
Like-
to the death of.
A different Mike. So that was Mike M. This is Dirty Mike. Dirty Mike says open, and then says Flag is the key to everything. And Carol says Flag is just as stuck in the cycle as Roland. But he's
But he's aware of it.
But your thing is that he's aware of it,
Yeah.
and that he wants to get out of it,
Yeah.
even if that means bringing down the tower.
Yeah.
Is your
When
stance.
that's like the what Groundhog's Day, like just
Yeah.
being like having knowledge that you're in some kind of loop would be the ultimate of torture.
Yeah, but if a being shows up and says, "Hey, your one way out is flip the switch and you'll get out of the cycle, but trillions will die in horrible suffering as monsters from the Prim rise up and eat them and torture them and basically hell on earth kind of thing," still wouldn't flip that switch.
You don't know till you've been till you've been in that position, sir.
for thousands of years. Yeah.
Exactly.
for thousands of cycles. I mean,
yeah.
we don't know exactly how many cycles has Flag experience.
Yeah, we have
So-
we have no idea how many it's been at this point. We have have no idea where we're at.
Yeah.
When we're in the books and everything like that, we have no idea if it's definitely not the first.
No.
And I think that's part of the beauty of this story and these characters,
Mm-hmm.
because it's not to my opinion, it's not a story of good versus evil. Because let's face it, Roland is not a white character.
No.
He does a lot of questionable things, and all the characters also do. I mean, Eddie was a junkie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Jake is screwed because he's a child, and to my opinion, an innocent child, not a dumb one, an innocent one. And
Yeah.
Greta, Odetta, Detta, well, each of her personalities has also her flaws.
Yeah.
And to me, that's part of the beauty of it, because I believe that whatever Flag does is not because he is an evil guy. He just wants to get to the tower for get absolute power and unleash everything. Sure, unleashing all the Prim creatures to the world is not a good thing. I agree. But maybe because all the cycles, he is, desperate to do so. And like I say, if you put yourself in Flag's shoes, you may say no now, but who knows? Maybe you have experienced the cycle, no thousands, but millions of times. So that gets you into madness, into my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I got a question for Chris and for Tad that just popped into my head. Do you see the different cycles as kind of like alternate reality kind of thing? Like in DC, they have the different levels of different Earths. So like in one Earth, Superman didn't land in America, he landed in Russia, and that's where we get the Red Sun story and everything like that. That's an alternate reality kind of thing. Do you think the different cycles as alternate realities, or do you still think of it as like one continuous timeline? He's just repeating that one event over and over again, that one timeline, or is it different levels of the tower each time for each cycle?
Yeah, I've always interpreted it as the same one.
It's the same one. It's the same Roland. It's not creating an alternate one.
Yeah.
When he starts a new cycle.
Yeah.
So we can't have multiple Rolands.
Yeah, no, and that's and there's no, I mean, that's just my opinion. But like, I know there's some people that have even questioned, like, on other cycles, is it always Eddie and Susanna and Jake, or is there
Right.
different characters that fill those roles? And I believe it's probably the same. And that's just me. There's other people who believe as heavily the opposite way, but I think it's the same.
What about you, Chris?
I think it's a mix of both.
Okay.
I think the story is the same one. It's like Kai is a will. So I think it's the same, but maybe it is changing when it's happening. Maybe in one timeline, let's say, Roland doesn't go to tall, and on the other line, maybe Roland is killed by the coffin hunters, maybe. But I think there is a specific thing that happens each and every time, that regardless of whatever decisions, the cycle will reset. It will end the same. So I think that thing that change on the cycle that we all read is the reason of why Roland now has a horn. So maybe in this time, maybe Cuthbert is alive. Maybe this time there won't be an Eddie. Maybe there won't be a Jake. Maybe Roland will encounter his older friends, along the way. Maybe I don't know, Cuthbert maybe found a door and now he's in New York, and Alain is, found another door, and maybe he is the one that loses his fingers by the monstrosities.
Yeah.
Who knows? But I think it's a mixture of both the scenarios. There is a point in the story which forces us to restart, or maybe changes something that forces Roland to finally relinquish the tower and end the cycle, and die by old age, or maybe by the hands of I don't know, a creature, or whatever happens.
Oh, that's a thought. I just had a thought. I'm gonna save that thought. I'm gonna write that down, and I'm gonna expand on that. That's gonna come here in a couple shows. I'm gonna bring that up. But
yeah,
Chris, you just helped me realize something, and I'm gonna call it out when OG Chris helped me with this. But when I call this out, I'm going to make sure to give you credit, because that is interesting to think about. Okay. One last thing I got for you, Chris, is do you have a dream casting in mind with the Flanagan series?
Yeah, like I was saying, I heard of it on the internet. Just one day I was entering and open Twitter just to see what mess of that social network was happening that day. Surprise, surprise. Or praise were listening. No, I do not have a dream casting, not because I don't wish one, because I'm really terrible with names of famous people. I don't know their names unless they are like a huge actor or actress, or a legacy one. I mean,
yeah,
I'm pretty sure almost everybody knows who Tom Cruise is, or Will Smith, or Brad Pitt, or Angelina Jolie, those kind of actors or actresses. But regardless, if you ask me, I don't know any of the names of the cast of, let's say, Game of Thrones or Stranger Things. I mean, if I see the actor or the actress on the screen, I would say I recognize him for Game of Thrones, let's say. But don't ask me the name.
Yeah,
but
I got you.
But if I get to pick someone quick, I think I would pick for Roland the only actor that comes to mind. I know the name. Hold on.
Okay.
Miles Nicholson or something like that.
Oh, Mads Mikkelsen.
Yeah.
Great actor.
He is the only one I see. Well, it's my opinion again.
Yeah,
absolutely.
As Roland, one thing I didn't like about Idris Elba was the eyes, because while I was reading the books, a lot of times Roland's eyes were like a main point of the chapter, describing
blue bombardier eyes,
looking, and also being like a blue eyes, or even the interactions with was it Detta, describing the old what was it what was the name of Detta for Roland? The old gray, I think, is the
scary man or something like that.
The bad man.
The bad man.
No, it was something about great meat, something like that.
Oh yeah, gray meat is what she calls both Eddie and Roland that.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that I need to, see whoever is cast for Roland. I don't care about, the skin color of the actor or all of that. All I'm asking is this actor has to have the intense side, and I think this
Okay.
actor that I just mentioned has it.
Yeah, Mads Mikkelsen.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Does.
Oh yeah, absolutely. For
Yeah.
sure.
All right. Well, Chris, I want to
And I
open the floor
think
to you. Do you have
yes.
anything else?
Sorry.
Do you have anything else?
Uh, the other actor that needs to play
Yeah.
and replay, I think Matthew McConaughey was excellent
Yeah.
as Ronda Flag. So I don't think he will be cast because I think he is like a major actor.
Mhm.
So he
Yeah.
only goes to movies and maybe shows on HBO.
Yeah.
But if it was for me, he would be cast as Ronda Flag, and also it's like a huge commitment because I think this series, if it succeeds, will be like for what 7, 8 years maybe at the least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I think Flanagan is saying he wants like 5 seasons and a couple movies.
But also, like with the production time and everything like that, to Chris's point, it would be more than just 5 years.
Oh, yeah.
for production and stuff like that.
yeah,
So,
for sure.
Yeah,
Yep.
and and the other part is they need to perfectly cast whoever voices Oi. That
Yeah.
voice needs to be perfect. That voice needs to be something on the perfection of I don't recall the name of whoever gave life to Smeagol from Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, Andy Serkis.
Just,
Andy
ima-
Serkis.
just imagine that creature with other voice.
Yeah,
Sounds
no.
good, right?
Oi has to be done all around. He has to be done perfectly. I think also the people that are doing the animation, everything involved. I think Oi is going to be one of the tougher things, but they need to get it right for sure.
Yeah.
That's the thing, and I hope this adaptation by Flanagan, whichever network picks it up, truly fully commitment to it. I think Flanagan. The advantage here is that Flanagan is passionate about the Dark Tower. I mean, we all kind of agree on that, but unfortunately, to my knowledge, he doesn't have the money, so he will have to find it. And I hope whoever gives the money gives the opportunity to Flanagan to express his version, because let's face it, our fandom, the Dark Tower fandom, is not popular. Maybe it's not that big. I don't know. Which, in consequence, let's say it's a niche fandom, but in the consequence is a good fandom. I don't see, and I don't think there is toxicity in it, as Star Wars or I don't know, Marvel or whichever fandom is huge these days.
Yeah.
But I think the Dark Tower as a story, the magic of it deserves to have the attention, maybe not right now on the level of a huge franchise, but I would like to see people on the street randomly with a shirt of
Yeah. Oh yeah.
from the Dark Tower. I mean, from all these years, I have only seen one person wearing a shirt and one person with a tattoo on his arm, and the
Yeah.
two persons, just only one of them, I was able to have an interaction with him. I say like long days and pleasant nights, and he say you have twice the number.
Oh, that's so
So
cool.
it was nice.
Yeah. I want to see little stuffed Oi dolls in the stores.
little bumbler stuffies.
Yeah. Ones you can grab and wring
Yeah.
like a rag.
Stop it.
Yeah, I think this story truly deserves a great adaptation. I don't care who is involved. Well, I do care. I just want them to be passionate. I think Flanagan having the rights is a good thing. I think he can provide a good adaptation. Let's just hope that the network he chooses, or the network that picks the project, fully commits to it. I
Yeah.
think. Let me ask you this: which network will you prefer to pick it up?
I mean, for me, I always would have said HBO, but now with the new ownership there, definitely not them. I actually think it's going to be Amazon. I think that's the best route. I mean, their whole brand right now is built around fantasy, it seems like. So I feel like they would be the best home for it. I mean, they also signed Flanagan under this deal, so I just feel like that's the match made in heaven, I think. I don't trust Netflix. They cancel shit way too quickly.
Way fast.
Yeah, I really think Amazon's the best route. I mean, you look at the Lord of the Rings show. I haven't watched it, but I know that the money they put into it and the effort and stuff, it's there. I mean, I know they're just basing it off of appendices, and I think that's their biggest weakness of the show. But it's not that they're like not spending money or they're not putting in a lot of effort. So I really think that Amazon's the best option in my eyes. Now with the Discovery buyout and HBO being as toxic and whatever as it is, so yeah.
If we do HBO proper, I'd still say HBO, because HBO Max and everything like that is kind of like what you're talking about and everything.
You heard that they're after when they canceled Westworld, they pulled it off, and that's a HBO proper show.
Yeah.
It's not on their app anymore. They're completely
not even on HBO Max.
No, it's gone. They've pulled it. It doesn't exist anymore.
No, I didn't hear about that.
So yeah, no, fuck HBO, man. Not trusting them.
I'm gonna go a little bit different than Ted. I'm gonna say I want it on Hulu.
Yeah, they've done some good stuff.
I want it on Hulu. I think Hulu has, like Ted just said, they've done some good stuff recently, and I don't feel like they're getting the credit because they're kind of they're not basically. They are majority owned by Disney now, but they still do stuff on the Hulu platform, and I think that Amazon passed, and I'm worried about trying to get it back on Amazon, even though Flanagan just signed this deal. I mean, there's a reason the Dark Tower wasn't included in that deal. So I'm looking at my remaining options: HBO Max, Hulu, Netflix. I mean, we got Peacock now, Paramount Plus. I'd take either one of those over Netflix or HBO Max, hearing about HBO. But top choice for me would be Hulu.
Yeah, there's
no, Peter. I hope Hulu is not, because there is no Hulu on my country. So if that happens, and I'm not able to see it because you choose Hulu.
Well, the stuff that is on Hulu here in America that isn't available because you don't have Hulu, it gets put on Disney Plus in most other countries.
Not everything. Trust
not
me.
Everything. Damn.
Not everything. There is an anime which is called Bleach, I think.
Yeah.
And Disney got the rights, and they released it, I think, in Hulu on the United States. And up until now, there is no release date on my country. So not all the content is released, unfortunately. I don't know why, but
It is on its way to Disney Plus. I literally just Googled it just to see, because that's what I was reading an article literally just last week about the stuff that's supposed to be on Hulu in other countries. Yeah.
But after months. So
yeah, exactly. So
imagine seeing all of the extended quartet.
That would be terrible.
Seeing the Flanagan adaptation, and you are like, because honestly, I would prefer to wait and pay for it, because I want to pay and support, because this adaptation also to succeed needs the paying customer. So piracy, I don't think this adaptation deserves piracy, regardless of the decisions of the networks. And my hot take will be, I would prefer that show to go to Apple TV Plus. Have you seen the adaptation?
Oh, that's
Forgot
true.
about that
one. Yeah, that's a good one.
I always forget about that one, but it has been putting out stuff that's a little bit like not only stellar, but also a little bit more not the norm.
Very stuff that's very different.
Yeah, like Ted Lasso is a comedy about a American football coach becoming a soccer manager.
Yeah,
like that's not the norm, but also they're doing very serious stuff. Macbeth, they got this new thing with Will Smith, Emancipation, and stuff like that, where it is more serious and more dark.
They've got a lot
like that.
That's a good one. I blanked on them. That's a good call. They're a good one.
Yeah,
I do Apple
TV. I mean, everybody knows Ted Lasso and by extension Apple TV Plus because of that show. And there are other shows, but I have seen like 3 book adaptations. One that it's a girl that sort of time travels. I don't recall. I think is Sweet Girls. I think is the name. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't recall. And also Finding Jacob. And there is another book which I'm just starting to watch. But my point is, Apple TV Plus being the small dog on the streaming services, I think they are pulling good content and a great quality, maybe even on the same level as HBO. That's why it's a hot take. But if it was for me, I would prefer to give it to them because also to my knowledge, they are looking for a great show. Like, everybody now with the streaming wars want their Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
And I think The Dark Tower is a perfect example of a great story. As Stephen King once said, there's a great story just waiting to be picked up and released to the world, to everybody to
absolutely
to see it.
So we just had someone else try to call in, Chris. Or do you have anything else you want to talk to us about?
I think it was a good palaver. It was great to say hi on the phone. Let me wish you a great next year, 2023. Let's hope that we as a fans receive great news from Flanagan. At least that's saying, now I have a network. I will start work, and maybe this will be released in 2024 or maybe in 2025. But let's hope.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed, right?
Absolutely.
Cause will.
All right. Yeah, thanks for your call, Chris.
Thank you so much. Happy New Year.
Always good to hear from you.
Likewise.
Long days and pleasant nights, man.
Night one. Goodbye.
All right. And then you said another one's coming in, but I will...
keep going with your moments.
So my next one, King appears.
Okay.
When King shows up, dude, I mean...
Like when he walks around the house and sees him?
Yeah, when we see King for the first time in the book. Like that's a big moment for me. Next one, Roland starts again with the horn. Maybe not the most lovely thing, but it's just it matches the batshitness of this series. My next one kind of goes hand in hand with that one, the opening line. Not just because it's a great opening line, but just the element of like the desert, the man in black, the gunslinger following, like that is just such an iconic image in my mind. I love it. It's just incredible.
And there's our incoming call. We have Mike on the line with us. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
We have Mike on the line.
Hey, I can hear myself.
Yeah. Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, sorry, I muted that.
There you go. How you doing, Mike?
I just wanted to give go over 2 of mine, give them clarification.
Yeah.
The first one is when Oi says goodbye to Jake. Now, this doesn't sound great, but just hear me out.
Okay.
This is maybe King's best piece of emotional writing. He kills a character we should be used to being killed. Think like Mr. Bill or Kenny. But he sets it in a scene between the most cold-blooded, ruthless killer he ever wrote and a dog.
Yeah.
And damn it, this isn't the saddest heartstring-pulling moment ever.
Oh, yeah.
So, what was the moment again? Are you talking Roland saying goodbye to Oi?
No, Oi saying goodbye to Jake.
Oi says goodbye.
Okay.
Yeah, at Jake's grave.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Got that.
Oh, wait.
Flash tarp.
Mike, just to clarify, you're talking about Oi saying goodbye to Jake when, like, after Roland had buried him, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he goes, I ache, and Roland goes, he either said bye, Jake, or I ache. Either way, it means the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that. Yeah, exactly.
I think that is King's best emotional writing ever.
Okay.
My only challenge to that would be some of the book 4 stuff, especially the ending there. I think Charlie Tree and like Roland's reaction to it is very. But I mean, he had a whole book to build up to that.
Sure.
But I think that's a very powerful one. But I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying that's what I would challenge it with potentially because I think that's a strong contender as well for emotion.
Yeah. I mean, I get the book 4 thing, but after you read 1 through 7, everybody died. Everybody who knows Roland died. So
yeah,
Susan wasn't going to make it.
Yeah.
Okay. What was your other one?
The second thing I wanted to reiterate was, this doesn't really count for the bracket, but one of my favorite Dark Tower moments is when I found a Dark Tower Palaver. You guys have raised my enjoyment of King from a 10 to a 19. Really.
Oh, sweet. I love to hear that. That's awesome. Yeah, I love like the community that we've built.
Yeah.
I love that, hopefully, yeah, if it's improving how much you enjoy the series, that is even more special. That's awesome.
Not just the series, all the King.
All right.
of it.
All
the King,
King, yeah.
the King verse.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I love it. I've been expanding more and more. I got the Scrib subscription. I finished 3 more King since we last recorded, I think, or is it 1 since the last time we recorded, and 2 before that? But I just finished The Running Man for the first time. Dude,
Yeah.
Tad, have you read that?
No.
Dude, you got to read The Running Man.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, it's so much darker than the Arnold movie. It's so dark.
Obviously.
Oh man, it's right up your alley. Like I'm like,
Yeah.
I was sitting there at parts of it, and I was like, oh my god, is this written by Tad?
I think actually that one's on my, because I'm in the middle of a short story one right now, and I think literally that's. I think I even bought The Running Man. So yeah,
Oh, did you?
it's coming very quickly for me.
Nice.
So
What have you been reading, Mike?
So I think I'm actually going to restart Doctor Sleep after the new year.
Nice.
that's a good one.
Doctor
is.
Sleep is probably my favorite non-Tower King book.
Okay, yeah, it is definitely a good one.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It really is. I always forget how good the book is, and then us doing the read and rewatch this year.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love that. That was fantastic.
Yeah.
I think your read and rewatch might have added to my enjoyment of it.
Me
Glad
too.
we could help.
Yeah, and it helped me enjoy it more for sure. First time I reread it, probably since it was published too.
Hashtag Tad is terrible right there. Shame on you, sir. Shame.
Oh man.
No, that's okay. You can't read everything.
You can. You just
You gotta
chooses
work
not
and sleep
to.
sometime.
Over here reading his Superman books and whatnot.
Hey, totally different genres. Don't have to cross streams here. You know?
All right, Mike, what if you had a dream casting, which did you send any in?
Oh, I have a whole list. Let me just give you a couple of my off-the-top crazy ones that might actually work. Russell Crowe as Court.
Okay.
Okay. You scared me there because he was one of the potential
Original,
Rolands,
Like
and
back in like 2009, right?
yeah, like in the early days of them trying to adapt it.
Yeah.
And I was
I
never.
think Russell Crowe went dad bod, so he's probably Court now.
Yeah.
That, and I would be more okay with that. I've never
What
been a
did
big
I-
Russell Crowe fan. He's very talented. There's just something about him that rubs me the wrong way. I love Gladiator, but outside of that, most of his stuff I can pass on. So him as Roland, yeah. When you said his name, I was like, oh god, don't say Roland. And then he said Court. Oh, thank God.
What did
'Cause
I
I think
see
Court
him
that
in?
would have actually been really. He was Superman's dad. In
No,
the
that's
Man of
what.
Steel.
No, Thor:
Yeah.
Love and Thunder. He was Zeus.
Oh yeah, there's that
Dude,
too. Yeah.
that basically
Oh, yeah.
is Court, but just a god. Yeah. Like that's what Court would be if he was a god. Is a drunken asshole. You know, like
With
Uh,
a stick.
yeah. That's,
Yeah, and then for young Roland, I have Brenton Thratis. He plays Dick Grayson on Titans on HBO Max.
oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, I haven't watched that yet.
I have
but-
watched exactly one episode of that. So
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. You've at least started it.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
and then
got-
Sean Gunn as Gasher.
yes.
I swear, you give that guy some swords and he's Gasher.
Yeah. Yeah. I can see it. I like it.
Yeah. And then Peter, I gotta warn you,
Uh-oh.
you're gonna come around to our way of thinking.
No.
We are Legion.
No. I'm never going to be a fly guy.
You will someday.
No.
You will, sir.
Nope.
And then we'll go to Vegas and part of the MGM Grand to celebrate your conversion.
No.
Take lots of pictures.
Mike, where are you calling from? I always forget where you're from.
Southeast Pennsylvania. near
Pennsylvania.
Philly.
Okay.
All right.
Is
Yeah.
that-
What's that?
I think I've been to Southeast Pennsylvania. Yeah, I have. That's the one part of Pennsylvania I've been to because we hooked into Pennsylvania and saw Gettysburg.
Okay.
So
No, that's like South Central.
South Central. Oh, geez,
Yeah.
it's that far in?
Well,
It's
you're
like the middle of the southern part of the state.
Oh, okay. I was 15. Forgive
yeah. I was
me.
about to say you're probably a kid.
Over 20 years ago, so forgive me. I do remember going to a restaurant called Good and Plenty, an Amish restaurant, like recipes. You ever heard of it?
No, but the Amish are everywhere.
Yeah.
We just have polygamists in our area,
Yeah.
dressed in old timey clothing. Yeah.
It's fun stuff here in America.
Yeah, exactly.
So, again, thanks for taking my call, guys. I'll let you move
Absolutely.
on.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you for calling.
Thanks, Mike. Have a great New Year.
You too. Happy New Year.
Bye.
All right, so I mentioned opening line. My next one, Shimi's reveal in Blue Heaven.
Okay.
The reveal of Shimi when Roland. I don't remember his character's name. But when Roland reveals that it's Shimi, like I'm getting chills now just thinking about it because
Yeah.
it's just that's
And he like calls him
Dude, what
Shimi
the
and says,
fuck?
"Come to me" and everything
Yeah.
like that.
like dude, again, like goosebumps. Like
Goosebumps.
just thinking about it, just
Yeah.
incredible. Next one, Jake's second death. So go then. There are other worlds than these because. I mean, I'm not saying that I enjoy it because I think that's the other thing about the
Yeah.
favorite moments. It could be bad things too, but that just put Roland into a certain realm, right? Like you may have had some kind of understanding of potentially what he was. We saw him massacre Tull and stuff, but that's a whole lot different than dropping
Murdering
a
a
kid.
child.
Yeah, so that's a big one.
Is it? It's not murder, right? That's negligent homicide, endangering a child, something like that.
There's no legal system.
I
in
mean,
this
if you
world.
want
It's
to, if you want to
murder.
get, if you want to get like legally technical, he didn't murder Jake. He just chose not to save him when he could have.
Yeah,
That's homicide, right?
yeah,
Not homicide. That's
I don't even know.
I don't know what it's called.
I don't know.
Negligence, homicide, whatever.
I don't know.
So
but-
we need to stop slandering Roland and saying that he's the murderer of Jake. He never murdered Jake.
Oh,
Flag, on the
sure-
other hand,
sure he
though,
did.
Flag murdered Jake. Giving him a little push there.
My next one. This is a very unique one. I don't know if anybody else mentioned it, but Dandelo's Polaroid. So
Okay.
when you get in there and there's just a Polaroid
actual-
of the fucking tower.
Of the tower.
Like,
Just what?
Yeah, I know, because this whole series we're building towards this, right? We want to know the tower. We want to get
Yeah.
there. We're just as just jazz for it as Roland, and then just so matter of fact that there's just a fucking Polaroid on his goddamn refrigerator of the Dark Tower. Like that's just, I don't know. There's something about that just works for me. I love it. Next one, Callahan finds Salem's Lot book.
Oh yeah,
Love that.
that threw him for a loop. It threw me for a loop.
Yeah, exactly.
So-
It's just like where it's like, oh my god, I've gone cross-eyed now.
Yeah.
Sorry, is there anything we missed in the chat? I know
There's a whole discussion going on during Chris's call and everything. It is a lot to recap if we want to go back there, but it's about talking about the cycle and everything
Okay.
like that. Carol does say one thing I do want to cover. She says, I need the Jericho Hill story. Maybe something happened there besides picking up the horde. It will make a difference in choosing to not let Jake fall. We still get the same characters, but different story. So giving us an option there, maybe
Yeah.
that's the way we get difference there.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good point. Yeah, I think there, and I guess what I should clarify too, because I did say that I thought it's always the same, and I think it's always the same in the large sense, but I think there's going to be small differences throughout. Like
Jake's
I do think it's always going to be Jake, Eddie, Susanna, that kind of thing, but I don't think that
Yeah.
like every small detail is always going to be the same.
like in the next cycle, it could be Jake and Eddie who are actually brothers instead of Eddie and Henry.
Yeah, I mean there could be differences, but overall I think that the bones of the story are always going to be the same in my mind.
Gotcha.
Next one of mine, Roland's trial versus court, his manhood trial.
David.
Yeah, that's a big one for me.
Yeah.
Another one here. I will also take credit that I brought this up, not you. Oi takes a bow in book 5. That's a great moment. I mean, they're all doing this bow, introducing themselves, and Oi mimics it.
19
Just
bow.
yeah, just incredible.
You're acting like I'm like the champion of Oi. It's just simply I'm the the public defender of him. I'm all he has against the slander that you've been constantly throwing at him the last few months.
And this is as good a time as any. I'll just pause real quick. Go ahead and get your hashtag ready, sir, because somebody. You start typing. Somebody brought up last episode. I apologize. I don't remember who. They asked, we ever going to get George Oi? I'm like, I can't even know. I don't even know if I can picture whatever. But I did find one.
Olin.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Dude.
Dude, I've been laughing about that for like a few days since I had that idea. I've been just giggling.
Okay.
Let's wait for the chat to start coming in
Oh
here.
my gosh, Tad.
Olin.
Don't stop it. You're the literal. The worst part about this is
You just like deflated. You're just like
I was all excited because we had it, and then you do that line. That's
Jax is incredible.
Jack. Come on, man. The worst part about it is, guys, is that this time of year, Tad and I's
Got a
work.
frowny emoji. I love.
Yeah. The worst part about this is that this time of year, Tad and I's work slows down, and we do like an inventory count and everything like that. So Tad took some time off. He hasn't worked since what, like the 14th or something like that. So he's been sitting here at home just conspiring to torture me, to figure out how to stick the dagger in, and this is what he comes up with. This is truly one of the worst hashtag Tad is terribles ever. I cannot believe you did that.
In my defense, I was literally trying to think, like, where is an Oi that I know, because I mean, always talking, like, throughout, but it's
He
like...
does it in book 5 when he takes a bow.
But there's just, I was like, I couldn't think of a spot specifically in George's books. Like, with Frank's, it's easy. It's like, oh, let me go find the first chapter he shows up. Within a chapter, he's going to be saying "oi," right? So that's easy to find. That's actually the soundbite I've got. Is literally
Oi?
one of the earliest "ois" that Frank does. Because I'm not sitting there going, "Let me go find some obscure oi freaking something from book 4," or in one of the story breaks in book 4. No, I just went to the very first one. So, I also knew the chat would be all fired up too. So
You're a monster.
Oh,
this
man.
is how we choose to end the year, is with that.
I knew you'd say something like that too.
Oh.
I knew you. Oh man, and then just
I'm gonna unsubscribe, man. This is just wow. I'm gonna go dislike this video and everything now.
Oh man. So after that little aside,
You don't get any more nominations. You're done.
this is one that I love. Who Sent You West, Maggot?
Oh, with
Roland and Eldred Jonas.
Yeah.
Dude. I mean, again, it's just one of those.
That's when they're arresting them, right, for the murders, and then Roland just has at him, and oh man, it shakes up Eldred so bad.
Oh yeah, I don't think anything else shakes him up as much as that does. Like that really, because generally Eldred is pretty put together. Like he, whatever. The other two, you got to be a little bit. He's concerned about. He has to keep them in line.
But Eldred has been a rock.
He's pretty buttoned down until that he just I feel like he just kind of loses a little bit there. Eddie kills Blaine. Got that one on there. Cuthbert punches Roland.
Dude, I was just thinking about that moment when like that note gets to him.
Yeah.
And he takes Roland out and just puts him on his back.
Yeah. I love it because Roland is driving me just as crazy as he was driving Cuthbert. So I love that. And then my last one,
David in the chat says that was him who mentioned George last week. Sorry for the delayed response on that. So it's
oh, no worries.
Thank you, David.
Thank you,
for
David.
that.
Thanks for setting me up for that one. That was a good what is it, alley-oop type thing, set me up and I
slow pitch down the middle and Tad just
my last one is Odd Lane equals Dandelo realization. The moment when you realize, because Dandelo had been warned for, isn't one of the last things Eddie says is something about Dandelo?
Watch for Dandelo.
So we have as an audience, we're built up for this for a time, and then we get there and it's Odd Lane or whatever. But the moment in the bathroom when the realization, King gives some kind of hint to them somehow,
David,
and so that moment of realization that, oh shit, like we're in Dandelo's fucking hut right now, is I'm getting chills thinking about it, because again, that's not like a good chills, that's like a oh fuck, like
I'm in danger.
Yeah, exactly. You've got your mouth inside the lion's mouth at this point.
I'll read what David put in the chat.
You want me to play?
No. I will break your little sound box over there, your stream deck. Boy.
Oh, and the great thing is that reaction was everything I hoped to. I mean, the chat I knew would go a little bit crazy potentially, but I thank you, David, for setting me up for that one, because that was that made my New Year's Eve right there. So, but that's it for mine. So I will go ahead and put mine in. And we'll have until the end of this episode will be kind of our deadline. If anybody else wants to throw anything in, they can. And then we will, like I said, we will get that bracket put together, and in February we will unveil it.
Yep.
And then March we will start the voting, and we will crown. Because that's the other thing I forgot to pull up. This is where you forgot, sir. Our March Madness has broken down. In 2019, our most hated character, Rhea the Coos, won. In 2022, this year, the most beloved character by one vote was Eddie Dean.
Oh, Eddie beat Oi
by one vote.
I thought Oi won.
No, it was I think I slightly forgot that too. I think we all just assumed that Oi was going to win.
Yeah.
But it was literally because remember the others, there was some that were kind of tight, but whatever.
Yeah.
This one was literally a single vote. Was the only
right.
difference. So Eddie Dean is the most beloved character. So then next year in 2023, we will do our favorite Dark Tower moment. We will vote through that and figure out our bracket and figure out what is the Dark Tower Palaver most favorite Dark Tower moment. Which I think we have some great ones here. I will say, looking at the overall list. So yeah, it's awesome.
All right, so we got a couple things in the chat. Carol says, yes, Tad. I heard a novice call him a failed gunslinger. No, he was not a gunslinger that failed at being so. He was never a gunslinger in the first place, ranting about it here.
Oh, yeah, agreed. Yeah, no, he's not. I mean, a gunslinger is a thing you earn, and he never earned it. So
Roland becomes an apprentice gunslinger by beating Court. He's not a gunslinger at all before that. What happened is Eldred went before Court's father.
Yeah.
Lost and was sent west, therefore
Yeah.
never obtaining even the apprenticeship of being a gunslinger.
Exactly.
David has something that's off topic. Mike's. I'm gonna come back to you, David. Mike says, one, I didn't put in my email when Andy gets shot in the eyes and told to shut down. Many other functions.
Yeah, actually, that one is on the list. Somebody else mentioned that one.
Add that one for Mike.
Eddie kills
Andy.
Okay.
And then David says, this is completely off topic. Woohoo, tangent. And I just want to say it because I'll forget otherwise. What was his name before the humans gave him a name? There's no way he was always named Oi. I don't think bumblers have names, do you think?
No, I don't think they do. I mean, they stopped talking, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's Roland's theory as to why Oi was cast out from his group.
It's because he talked too much.
He still talked. So, yeah, I don't think they necessarily had a name. But, yeah, no, you're right. The name Oi, obviously, is because they call him – Jake calls him Boy, and then that comes – Oi comes from that. So, no. Yeah, I don't know that they have names. I think in the older days, back when they talked, I think that always would have come from a human maybe. Because I always feel like they're more like parrots. They mimic versus like whatever, you know.
Who's a good boy?
So I don't think even in the old days when they talked, I don't think you would have seen like a whole group of feral Billy Bumblers chatting together. I think that's more of like you take it as a pet than it learns to be like a parrot type thing. So that's how I've always interpreted it. Not saying I'm right. I'm just saying that's how I've always viewed it. But he was.
I think his name was Steve. Dave! Oh my gosh! Did you see that? He put it in the chat right as I said that. We said that at the same time.
I mean, yeah, that's very well could be.
That is crazy, David. Oh my gosh. He said Steve right as I said it.
All right, so that is it for that element. So that brings us over to our dream casting.
Oh boy, here we go.
And yeah, look at that. We're a little ways in, but we got some good stuff to cover.
And as
here.
always, we'll just remind everyone the Skype call-in line is open. If you want to call in and discuss something, if you have a question for Tad or I, if you have dream castings that you want to throw out there, like Chris, I don't think we asked Mike.
And you could throw them in the you could throw them in the chat too. Ultimately, that was my goal. Was to have everyone. You could throw them out in the chat for your.
Speaking of line, we have Jack calling in. Go for Jack. Hello?
Roland.
Oh, Jack.
I'm sorry, Peter. I'm sorry. I had to.
Oh, I love it.
You know, the best part is that I have the power to hang up. This isn't Tad controlling Skype. It's in my power this time.
That is true. Thanks, guys. How are you doing?
Good. How you doing, Jack?
Very good, thank you. I'm doing a bit of housekeeping. I'm going to have to say I might suddenly just completely the line might cut dead because I've got my 1-year-old daughter upstairs and I'm home alone at the moment. So if I hear her crying, I might have to go. But
understand.
No worries. Yeah,
we will understand, Jack.
Oh, thank you. So yeah, thanks so much, guys, for putting this on. This is absolutely. been listening to for a few years now, not from the beginning, but I've gone back and listened, and yeah, it's just incredible. So thank you.
That's awesome.
You're
It's
welcome.
always good to hear. Yeah, we enjoy it, but it's humbling that you guys like what we're doing. I don't know. I guess
it's. Sorry, no.
No, I was just gonna say. I think I've said it multiple times. We've been podcasting for 20 years, but we only started recording 7 years ago or whatever.
Yeah, it's well, it just comes off so naturally. So thank you. And as I said, there's no one. You know, when I first got into the tower, there was no one around here or around me who even had read it or knew about it. And so I think I sent an email in saying this, that I, was searching on podcasts and came across yours, and just felt like it was the title Dark Tower Palaver just really resonated, and didn't look back. So it's been brilliant.
I remember that email, Jack, coming across, and honestly, it's one of the things that when Tad first came to me, and he's so sly at doing this. He's very much like Flag when he does this. Is that first he got me listening to podcasts, and then he's like, subtly like, man, it'd be kind of fun to record a podcast, don't you think? I'm like, yeah. And then like there was one time we were on lunch from work, and he's just like, man, imagine if there was a microphone right in between us, because we were having a heated discussion, not a debate, not an argument, but a discussion about something, some nerd topic, most likely. And he's just like, just imagine if there was a microphone here to record this and we could just post it. And I'm just like, yeah. And he's like, well, that's a podcast. And I'm like, oh, okay. I get it. And then like a month later, it's like, hey, want to do a podcast? What do you think? What subject would we do? And we settled on Dark Tower because I remember Tad and I's conversation. How it happened is Tad was like, I don't want to do a football podcast or a Simpsons podcast or a Star Wars podcast or a nerd podcast. There's a billion of those. I want to do something where there isn't a lot of it. I want to be that niche group of something. He's like, well, what's something that we like and everything like that? And we sat there brainstorming, tossing ideas back and forth. And I think it was Tad that actually said, he's like, dude, what about the Dark Tower? And I'm like, yes. Like, absolutely. And it's just such a pleasant side effect to hear people like you, Jack. And there's multiple people who have said it, that they don't have anyone to talk to. And I love that we're that outlet, that you can come call us here on New Year's Eve and talk to us about the Dark Tower.
Yeah. From all over the world, too. That's the other thing that trips me out.
Incredible. Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of that, Jack, you're from England, right?
Yeah, in England, down in the south there. If you look at the UK as a person, I'm in the foot.
In the foot.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
It's just awesome. I mean, it's always every so often a moment will hit me where it's just like, wow, I'm like recording a podcast. There's people listening from Europe, a few different places in Europe. We got people in Australia. It's just nuts.
I remember the first time you ever pulled up, like, dude, do you realize who like our number one country is? I'm like, America. You're like, yeah, but guess who number two is? And I'm like, Canada. He's like, Australia. And I'm like, what? Who? Like, and then we had like, there was a time where we had a bunch of people listening from, what was it, like Bulgaria or Romania or somewhere like that. We're like, oh, okay, we're popular there. Oh, okay. It's like, it's awesome to, I'm talking to someone right now who's in England. So what time is it there, Jack? You're not close to midnight, right?
We're fairly close, about 11:30 here, so we're close. Close, yeah. So what better way to spend it, than having the New Year end bash?
There you go, yeah, exactly. So, Jack, the question I have for you.
Yep.
Which death hit you the hardest, Jake, Eddie, or Oi?
Or Flag?
Or Flag, exactly. I was thinking about this, whilst listening to, is it Chris from Australia? And it's weird because, like, Eddie's death, I feel like I felt the grief of Susanna more than maybe, like, the grief of the others. I feel like, but I don't know if this is tied into it, but Jake's death hit me hard because, in a way, like, it was, I don't know, it was sort of, with Eddie's death, there was a time afterwards where, Susanna could mourn and grieve, and they all could say their goodbyes, and it was rushed, but it was, they had time. Whereas with Jake, it was very like the fact that he was talking to Roland was talking to King, and the man, I'm forgetting his name, the guy, the guy who hit him. The fact that he couldn't even be there to say anything to him was yeah, and he had to bury him in this by the side of the road, and obviously, the lady said she'll go back and put roses there, but it's I think that one hit me hard just because of the sort of context around it and how it was like missed, like he couldn't even be Roland himself couldn't even be there, and as a vehicle.
Jake,
and then obviously
Jake was talking to Mrs. Tassenbaum. Is that her name?
That's it.
Yeah, he was talking to
Irene,
Mrs. Tassenbaum about taking care of Roland because Roland doesn't know this world and everything. Even Jake's last act was so noble there to try to look out for his father, basically.
Yeah, and telling Oi to watch for Dan below, passing on Eddie's message to him. But I was gonna, so I suppose that one. But I was going to ask you guys. I've been through. I'm going back through the cycle again because every time I try and veer off into another King book, I started listening to Black House, I think, but then and then something reminded me of the Tower. I got literally like half an hour in, and I'm just gonna go back through the Tower, and it just keeps dragging me back. But the thing that keeps dragging me, what's I think you guys have discussed it, but the way Susanna's ending. What's your perception? Is that do you perceive that as a happy ending, or as a sort of ambiguous one?
For me, I think it's happy.
Yeah.
Everything we see is happy. I mean, I guess there's some ambiguity, and we don't know. I mean, a comet could hit that world the next day. We'd never know.
Or the super flu.
Yeah, exactly. But I see it as a happy thing, and still, I think my place in understanding the ending is that's Roland's salvation. Is that door?
That's the indication you got for if someone turns away from the Tower, this is what their reward is. Yeah,
and Algusiento is done. We're given the idea the beams will heal themselves. He can go through there and be with his son.
The story, it's finished really. As in, that sort of, as I say, the world is saved. It's it's only his will to see the Tower that drives him on.
Yeah,
and, I completely agree. But there is something crept into my mind, almost like that. There's the ideas in Inception. It's like different points throughout the story, and I'm like Susanna's. Ability to imagine and see things, and King always describes them as they're not a memory or a flashback. She's really seeing them, and obviously her duality with her creating personalities, and I was like, and then I'm just thinking and she's having these dreams, and then it's I started to think, is this something, maybe a world that she's concocted in her own mind, and
that's really interesting.
And I was like, and then she's had Patrick Danville. She's described it to him, and he has this power to, he can draw the herd of buffalo, bring them closer. He can draw different characters, and or remove the saw from her lip and things like that. And I was like, oh, has he just created this world? And it's even in the world, it's Reagan's not the president, and that's something that she never really believed. And it's is it the world that she created, or is it another world that just happens?
I never
to have
thought
Eddie
about
and
that.
Jake in it?
Yeah, I've
never thought about that. This could be an entire world that Patrick pulls from Susanna.
Yeah,
and uses her as a.
Well, he creates the door, but she's the one that creates the world.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah,
he creates the door, but I think the door is the gateway to the world, and he uses her, and he's the conduit that funnels in her world. So there's absolutely no way that anything bad is ever going to happen to them. She's going to live, but is that really a real world, or is that a trap? I see what you're saying, Jack. Is that really it's one of those ones where oh, I'm happy and everything like that, but then you find out you're actually plugged into the Matrix, that kind of thing.
It's that sort of that point.
There's
another
go ahead, Jack. Sorry.
No, I was just going to move on slightly, but with Patrick Danville as well. That drawing of Oi, he does, and it's to the life. And then to do something else, he crosses it out. And now, if in the TV show or the film or whichever, at that point, probably the feature-length film, I wonder if, as a directorial choice, Flanagan would put the cross as the power that the power that Patrick Danville has would he like cross out Oi, and then the point where Oi is impaled is on that cross?
Oh.
So it's almost, so you could argue that Patrick sort of,
Yeah.
made
Jeez.
made it possible for Oi to, made a premonition, as it were, about where Oi was going to get impaled. But
Yeah.
it's
I think that's
more
something.
tinfoil hat.
I think that's something Flanagan would do too. That feels.
He would.
I mean, I feel like with Haunting a Hill House, how many like things that happen that allude to something in the future, and he does that great setup and payoff. So I think that could very well be something.
Absolutely. I keep writing like half written emails and then never finishing them to you guys. But I remember you were talking before. This was like an episode before Mike Flanagan decided to say about how he's got the rights and things like that. But it was about, you were talking about the degloving, and I was how it could be fit in, and I started to go through some of the like sort of books in my mind and thinking, where could it be? I was wondering, I've got a few examples I could read through.
Do
a few
it.
Ideas.
Yeah, I love it.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's have a look. I just see. Oh dear. When in the Gunslinger, so near the end, when Jake's about to fall, we see him hold onto like a rusty support bridge, and maybe his hands slip. That's the first one.
Let's deglove him before he falls to his death.
Oh, why?
Yep.
What are you, like a King fan that likes to torture Jake? Oh my gosh, leave the kid alone.
I'm just thinking, Peter. I'm just thinking in context of the story. I'm not against any one person. I'm not trying to attack anyone. I'm just saying.
Oh, that's brilliant.
I'm feeling pretty attacked right now.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe the next. So the next one, in Drawing of the Three, I was potentially thinking when the Lobstrosities take Roland's hand, they could deglove him first, if yeah, that could be possible.
That was my first thought when we talked about it, was probably that, like, that's the most obvious in my mind. Could make it like just losing the fingers is one thing. Imagine seeing like the hand degloved first and then the fingers taken after. Like, that would be brutal.
I mean, if you want to follow the trend in Dr. Sleep and do it with like a door or a file drawer and everything like that, you could do one of the doors on the beach, like the security guards reaching for Odetta or Detta, and his fingers come through and it gets slammed, and then he pulls them back and you see his fingers get
it's got to be Jack.
Jack. Yeah, like someone from the Leaning Tower trying to... Well, it's not going to be Jack. He gets num-num.
No, but him maybe going for the door on the beach, and then it maybe comes closed and slams his hand in. Stops it from closing, but then see, you can get it, because
he pulls his hand out and
he deserves it, right?
Jack
deserves it.
But we could also have it be one of the people who killed Henry, trying to get to Eddie as he comes back through the door. Him and Roland coming back through the door, and then they go to reach for the door as Roland slams it shut and it catches his hand, and then so he pulls his hand back, and you just see like the fingers deglove, and it just like falls down onto the beach as the door disappears.
Yeah, that would be amazing. I mean, obviously, I had to put in. Well, I didn't have to, but when Oi went on the bridge and Oi's biting Jake's hand, there could be a slight degloving, or maybe the hint of a deglove. I don't know.
The vicious attack on Jake.
Stop it, Tad.
And the good thing about this is that you can, because obviously Blaine has got the healing, the chairs that heal his hand, so you can go as mad as you want and just say, the technology is there to heal his hand, so it's okay.
So just for those keeping track at home, that's 2 Jake deglovings.
Yep.
Yeah.
In the chat, Mike says if there has to be a degloving, and there does, deglove Gasher after hitting Jake one too many times.
Yeah. Well, again, that's another. So more in sort of like, audience. Almost like you got to reward the audience sometimes. I feel like a degloving Gasher somehow, either through him, getting his hand trapped in a door, or potentially after the, rather than Roland goes in. Oh, sorry, what did Alan say?
Alan said in the chat, Jesus, what the hell, guys? And then he put an LOL, so we're good. Jack, let me ask you a question.
Yep.
How would you feel about Mordred degloving Flag?
Oh, hey now, you watch yourself.
I mean,
Now,
just imagine Mordred just.
Realistically, though, I just thought about it. Though King kind of gives us a degloving. The shot on TikTok that goes up through his scalp and like kind of scalps him. Like, isn't that kind of a degloving? Like loosens the skin as the bullet goes up over the scalp.
Yeah, because the degloving doesn't have to be the fingers. It's just most common because it gets trapped and then you pull your hand out kind of thing.
King maybe already gave us one a little bit.
Actually,
with
I think that would be technically a scalping, not a degloving. That's two different injuries.
I don't know if scalping's a real medical thing and degloving is. So.
Scalping? I mean,
I'm just mentioning Gasher made me think of TikTok, and I thought of that whole thing.
Grazing the top of his head,
and
like grooving his skull.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. The one it was basically Roland like at the end. Yeah, with the Gasher, the door opens. Blaine opens the door for Roland into the Cradle of the Greys. I think we're about there with the book club, aren't we?
Yeah.
I just thought the idea, or near there, of Gasher basically not because he kills him straight away. Just literally just goes in, shoots him. Says you, me, right? But if Gash was still on the floor, or or something like, I just had an image of Roland like stamping on his arm, or
he's reaching for a gun. Like he's reaching
or a knife.
He's reaching for something. And Roland stamps on his hand,
and his hand is so his skin is so sort of like rotted and diseased that he tries to pull it away.
Yes.
So that's sort of a bit more a positive thing.
That is my second favorite one now. Flag getting degloved by Mordred, just putting his finger into his mouth and just coming out with just bone. I want to see that.
How dare you?
Oh my god, yeah. And then,
see, two can play this game, Tad.
Absolutely, yeah. Before I do go, I've just got a few, 6 of those favorite moments, but I was gonna think of more, but I couldn't. I lost time, lost track of time. So I think most have been a few ago. So I've got Eddie taking out Blaine.
Okay.
I've Roland taunting the Crimson King at the end.
Oh, okay. So during the showdown where he calls him like names and makes fun of him and stuff like that.
I just find that hilarious every time. So it's like he shoots the grenades out the sky and he's like, "Oh, still here."
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
He channels his inner Eddie right there.
Yeah. The Roland's realization at the top of the Dark Tower as the final door opens, that moment when he's that sort of like
that horror.
Horror of, as I think it says something like it all hits him, like all the knowledge, and he remembers all the times before, and it's like, I can imagine that being incredible.
Yeah.
Roland and Eddie appearing under the Dixie Pig, so they've gone through the door. Is it Carolaf's, I think? After to speak, and the guys chase Jake under the Dixie Pig, and they appear behind them just as the door. Jake gets through, and then the door closes. That's the one.
Another chance for a degloving right there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What is it? Yeah, is it Flaherty? Flaherty?
Yeah, Flattery.
Yeah, that's it.
The one who tries to pull the sly little trick on Roland, where he's like, "Oh, I heard your mother is a whore," and like saying to like insulting, and then he tries to draw on Roland. Roland still just blasts him.
Yeah, that's brilliant. And, that one's great. So fifth was Father Callahan holding up the turtle in the Dixie Pig. That's sort of the way it sort of stops them all. I really enjoy it. That's a really cool moment for him because he doesn't get many sort of hero moments, but I feel like that one's a really powerful one for him.
Yeah.
And finally, the last one I had before I lost track of time was Susanna saving Roland and Eddie from the beach from the lobstrosities. So like,
like her after coming together, blasts them all.
That sort of that moment of clarity, and it's a sort of crescendo moment. Obviously, with tents, you don't know if they're going to get eaten or.
See, Alan's getting into the degloving nature like us. He says the watch could catch his skin.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
He also has some visceral reactions there too. Ew and stuff. So.
Yeah.
That's I don't know. I love it, and we know King loves it too. King's got the mind of a 5-year-old. Sometimes he loves grossing people out.
Yeah.
Remember the one eating like the pustule
in
tissues
in Blue Haven?
Yeah.
He's like, "You want it, don't you?" And he's like, "No." And he's like, "Go ahead."
Was it, and the rods? I can't remember the name
Yeah.
of the one who helps them. It's not Chevin of Chavin, but it's
Roderick?
one of the other ones. Yeah, that's it.
Something of Roderick, right?
That's the walk-in, right?
Children of Roderick.
They're just all children of Roderick. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
But he's the one who sneaks out the
he's
tissues.
got that basket of tissues, and he's like, "Ooh, it's gonna have those later."
And he's gonna share them with his girl, hoping that that's gonna get her in the mood.
Oh my god, yeah, it's brilliant. It's just just those sorts of from the outside you'd think that'd be just like irrelevant, but it just adds so much to the world.
It does.
King. And,
that's the thing with King is I love his world building. It's just like randomly we'll get this one throwaway line in the middle of a discussion. And it's like, wait, hold up, go back, give me more about that. Why? Forget what they're talking about. I want that.
Yeah. Or his repetition or use of the word. So like, I'm at a point in Wolves of the Colour at the moment where, and it's when they first go into town and they do their speeches, and Eddie he has that sense of foreboding. And at the beginning, King describes it as he's like, like a heel or a fist on the lid of a coffin, and he says it well. Maybe it's the way George Guidell says it, but it feels like quite throwaway. And then at the end, it says at the end of the subchapter, he says it again, but it has so much more resonance. Like you then get that sense of foreboding that Eddie feels. So it's just with the same phrase, he manages to evoke two different, feelings or potential feelings. But
absolutely
brilliant. Oh well, thank you so much, guys. I'll leave you there and let you get on with your casting. Unfortunately, I haven't thought too much about casting, so I'm gonna have to maybe put an email together. But
sounds great.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like until real casting happens, I think between now and then is going to be a lot of dream casting. So
absolutely,
send them in anytime.
Yeah, brilliant. Okay, well, thank you so much, guys, and I'll enjoy the rest of the show and Happy New Year.
Yeah, thanks for calling, Jack. Have long days and pleasant nights.
Thanks. You too.
All right, so dream casting.
All right, you want to explain how we're doing this?
I tweeted out a list, and Peter and I got both of those, as well as we got one extra, and it was the same one, as a matter of fact.
Randomly,
probably should have been one I should have added. That's my bad. But also, we also did get one email in before. I think it was before we even called out this challenge, and it was Aaron from Maryland, and I'll read his email here. It says, "Hey Tad and Peter."
Hey. I'm going to do this for the fans, but shame on you.
What?
For reading an email.
I mean...
We're reading an email.
Olin.
Oh! Emails. It's the emails. Tad's going to read us what people wrote to us.
No, it's not getting deleted, right?
God damn it. This is what I get for trying to be nice.
Okay, one thing I will say is I do promise that will be off the board after this episode.
Okay.
That was this
is a one episode thing.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm defending the jingle because we have read emails without doing the jingle before.
And we've heard about it.
It got lost at one point and everything like that, and we heard about it. So I'm trying to save Tad here.
I think Alan just heard it for the first time. Was Alan not in here when I did it?
I don't think he was. No.
Man.
Alan. Yeah, Tad dropped that one on me today.
Yeah, so who was it? David, right? In the last couple episodes, David asked if we thought about bringing any George Guidell Oi in.
Yeah, and that's what Tad brought.
That was my answer to that.
Tad, you're the kid who, when they're like, bring in a show and tell, you brought in your scorpion.
Oh, yeah, I did.
I know you did. You've told me about this. And a tarantula.
And a tarantula. Yeah, that's the best kind of things to bring.
No.
I don't want to bring a freaking whatever stupid things kids would bring.
A paper airplane that you made on Friday.
Yeah, exactly. Nonsense. So Aaron says, hey, Tad and Peter.
Hey.
I said, sorry, it's been a few years since I wrote in. Still love the show. I heard on your emergency episode that your New Year's episode is going to be a Flanagan fan casting bash, and just wanted to share my amazing list with you for laughs and gasps and whatnot, as I spent 3 hours working on it the day the good news dropped. So that's where it kind of like, I think I told everyone just kind of have them ready for the chat and stuff.
Yeah.
So everyone in the chat with your list, as we go through these, throw them out there.
Yeah.
But since Aaron did spend a lot of time and emailed this in before our challenge got thrown out, I did include his on here.
Now, when you say you included his pictures and everything, right?
Yeah. He says,
awesome.
a lot of my choices come from the Flanagan universe. I don't know if you're sharing the other fan casting suggestions. Feel free to read any of them you want or not. I hope you are both doing well. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron.
But I will say, though, I had kind of forgotten about his email because I don't think it was – it slipped my mind. It wasn't that I completely forgot it, but I had already set up our slides, so his is all just a secondary slide after ours. Not that we have a lot of screen space, to be honest.
Yeah.
But, so let's go ahead and dive in. We're going to start at the top. I thought about going from the bottom up, but it just doesn't.
Oh, you didn't?
No, because we've never done the dream castings that way.
Okay.
We always just start at the top because I think there's less conversation to be had with the lower ones. So starting.
Carol says in the chat, I remember when it happened for the first time live. Good times. The jingle.
Yeah. So the first one, we'll start with the star, which is Randall Flagg. So.
Oh, stop it.
No, I'll give it to Roland here, even though the Man in Black is the first one mentioned in the story. So, that means something. But we're
not really.
Starting with Roland, so I'll go ahead and throw it up on the screen here. Go ahead, Peter. What do you got?
I got Jensen Ackles. He is the star of Supernatural. He plays Dean Winchester, but also he has done several other things, including he voiced Batman in a couple movies just last year, The Long Halloween Part 1 and Part 2, and he's perfect for me because he has the comedic stuff down. Like Supernatural's went for 15 years, and he had to do everything from utter betrayal to I'm the bad guy to I'm the asshole to I'm in love to this is my brother, we're having a bro day, and we're just goofing off and stuff like that. He's done everything about it.
Yeah.
Plus, I cannot deny that with my wife loving Supernatural as well, is that he has the like piercing eyes.
And yes, Mike, he was Soldier Boy in The Boys.
He was Soldier Boy in the season 3 of The Boys.
Yeah.
So he beefed up for that and everything like that. The one detractor from Jensen is that he is a little bit on the shorter side. And by shorter side, I mean he's 6'1". So
that's for actors. That's tall.
Yeah. So he's not terribly short, but he doesn't have like blue eyes, but he does have piercing eyes. And I love that you got him with the cowboy hat here.
In general, if I could find some that fit, I went that route. I was always happy when some of yours I'm like, oh look, they got a cowboy picture.
Yeah, exactly.
It made me happy.
So it's there's been a push even a little bit by him to play Bruce Wayne, which is a dark, brooding character kind of thing. And he did just voice work for him, but he did a phenomenal job on it that I forgot that it was Jensen and got sucked into the character with his voice. And I'm like, okay, that's the mark of someone who actually can play a character like that, which is kind of where I was looking at. And then I didn't realize that he's in his mid-40s already. And I'm like, okay, that's where I want him to be. He can grow the beard. He had a great beard in The Boys. That was a natural beard. He grew that out.
Yeah, that was a Captain America level beard there.
It was beautiful. And so he can do like the stubble and everything like that. You can kind of see just like a little bit of a 5 o'clock shadow here on him. Plus, like he absolutely has a badass side to him. Like you saw it in The Boys.
I've only seen him in The Boys.
Yeah, in Supernatural, he flips a switch and he can go full badass. He's done a lot of fighting stuff and everything like that. So I think with guns and everything, right up his alley. He's got the action kind of background. He's done television, and he's also done feature films as well. So I'm for Jensen to play Roland.
Okay.
What do you got?
So mine is Michael Shannon.
Okay.
I'm in love with this guy, dude. He is one of the best actors. I feel like everything that he does, he elevates. And I think you know him mostly from Waco.
Yeah.
He was
the negotiator.
Negotiator in Waco.
Yeah.
He was Zod in the newer Superman movie.
He has a very distinct voice. I love his voice.
And just everything he does, man. He's just one of those guys. He was also in it was funny because like with the new Knives Out coming out, Glass Onion.
Yeah.
There was parts of me that was like thinking like, oh, they should do like this character, this actor, this actor, this actor. And I listed like out 5 actors I was going to tweet. And then I looked at it and realized some of them were in the first movie. Like Michael Shannon is in the first movie.
Yeah.
So he's just incredible. And I think he has an intensity about him. And I just think he has kind of that, I don't know, rugged look that I think throw him in a cowboy costume. I mean, not even he needs a full on,
Well, just look at this. Look at this shot here. That's kind of like a denim shirt, denim jacket kind of thing. This could be Roland looking at Allie from across the room right here.
Yeah,
he's got the black hair. It's parted the right way for him. He's got piercing blue eyes.
Yeah.
So he's got the look. He's got a strong jaw.
He's got the look, and like he's just one of the. And also, I don't think he's ever been given that lead role yet. It's kind of like Idris Elba. I think he's a guy that could step in and be the star of this show. And I think that he would absolutely fucking kill it because everything he's done. I've never seen anything of his, even if he's been in stuff that was like not as good. Like I wasn't as big as fan of it, but his part was incredible.
Right.
Like he's one of those guys that, this whole movie I could flush down the toilet, but I'll watch his role again.
So in the chat we got a couple. Mike M's threw out Roland Anson Mount.
Okay, yeah, I've seen that one before. Forgetting where he's from. If you guys can throw out context in some cases, he's
okay.
Yeah,
I have Internet Movie Database pulled up. I'm just going to be looking them up as we go.
Yeah.
Okay. So he played Batman. He voices Batman. In
of course,
Justice.
that's the first thing you freaking find. Do you just like Control F Batman when you get into?
It just my eye finds Batman because he's the best. But the look here on Internet Movie Database, he does have like the little bit of salt and pepper. He's got the stubble. Yeah, I can see it.
And he says from Hell on Wheels. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Alan says Batman.
I could see the look for sure.
Carol says Roland is played by Timothy Oliphant. That's not a bad one. I like Timothy Oliphant.
Yeah, no, he's great.
Crazies, right?
Yeah, and also he was in Book of Boba Fett and Mandalorian.
Yeah,
I mean he's a legend. He's been in all kinds of Scream 2. I mean,
oh, was he really?
Yeah, he's the killer in Scream 2.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
dude, it's
Billy's
been so long.
mother.
I thought it was someone named Kennedy, like Michael Kennedy.
No, you're
like
thinking
that.
that's Jamie Kennedy is Randy that gets killed.
Oh,
in that
that's
movie.
okay.
Yeah, no,
right.
Timothy Olyphant is awesome. He's also he's done was he in Justified? He's done something Western wise, so I think he's actually a popular pick a lot of times. So that's a good one. So yeah, that's Roland.
Yeah, Justified is he plays a sheriff in that. Yeah.
And then before we go any further, I'm just going to let you know this is no slight at Eddie that he doesn't come next on the list. I went in order of appearance, so Jake then comes next.
Okay.
Or actually, I'm sorry, no. Aaron, we have his slide as well. So Aaron actually did the same as me. He went Michael Shannon, and that's completely independent. I didn't look at.
I made sure that you had your list done before I sent mine in.
And I didn't look at Aaron's until I had already built our slides, and I was like,
we don't want to influence each other.
Fuck. Well, I wish I would have thought of it because I could have maybe done like a 3 wide
add his
something.
name.
But I already built all of our slides. So I'm just like, nope, he's getting separate slides. So
there we go.
Great pick though. I like I said, I do love Michael Shannon quite a bit.
Okay.
But now moving over to Jake. So for Jake here, we've got I've got Judah McKee. Or Mackie, I guess is how you'd say it. I don't remember what I've seen him in. I think he's in the new Steven Spielberg movie, maybe. But he's one that he's a little bit more known being younger. Like when you see look him up on IMDb and stuff. But you realize some of these pictures are a few years old, so he's about the right age to play the role. Maybe
Criminal Minds, What If, Dead Con, Darkness Falls. Arlo the Alligator Boy, he does a voice.
The new Perry Mason. Yeah,
Perry
the
Mason.
morning show as well. I think some of the somewhere along there is where I kind of picked up on him. So I feel like he just has the perfect look. He's the right age. Yeah. And with some of the work he's done, he looks like he's talented, even though I haven't seen a lot of this stuff. But I know from his reputation, I guess. So I guess we'll just alternate back and forth who goes first. But what do you got?
Walker, I think his name is pronounced Scobell.
Okay.
He is from the Adam Project with Ryan Reynolds on Netflix.
Oh, okay.
He really hasn't done much outside of that, but he was fantastic.
I haven't
in
watched
that
that
movie. It was really good. My wife and I thoroughly enjoyed it. So he is a little bit older than Jake. it was in the beginning of The Gunslinger, but I think that would be okay.
Yeah.
But he is that kind of kid actor who he's going to be a star. He's great.
Yeah.
If he keeps going, obviously we know what happens with children actors and stuff like that. But he also had like the getting bullied kind of thing in the movie.
Yeah.
So we could see that he is a little bit, like he still tried to stand up for himself and stuff like that. So the strength that Jake has and everything like that is what really drew me to him when I was looking at what I did for a lot of my lists is I pulled up like the age range that the character is.
Yeah.
That's actually how I stumbled across Jensen. I was like, oh shit, Jensen's that old?
Yeah.
Like, oh, okay.
And that's in the chat. Mike mentions Jacob Tremblay, which is the baseball boy.
That's a great one.
We as King fans all know him from that. As a matter of fact, that is who Aaron has as well. But I will say I have him later, and I just try to use the same pictures across the board.
Sure.
So you guys will see here in this picture, Jacob Tremblay is not who we all remember. He's aged a little bit. This is what he looks like now, coming up on the screen.
Oh, okay.
So not bad, but he at 2019, 2018 when they filmed Dr. Sleep, probably it's been a number of years. He's at that age where he's grown a little bit. So it may not be. I've seen a lot of people saying that it's like inevitable that he's going to be Jake, and I don't think he's a bad choice. He's an incredible fucking actor.
And Flanagan has history.
Got the Flanagan connection. So some people are like, I've seen him online, people talking like it's an inevitability that he will be cast in the role. I don't think he'd be a bad choice. I do think that you'd be changing Jake's age a little bit. I don't think he could pull 12 at this point. So
Dirty Mike says Jake should be played by Haley Joel Osment with just de-aging CGI. And then Carol says, they need to start young because it's a long shooting commitment. I don't want him to be 30 playing 15.
Yeah, exactly.
This isn't the
like
90s.
Like
We're
Stranger
not doing
Things
that anymore. Yeah.
Like Stranger Things, all those kids. Like you look at the new season, it's like, good God. And in universe, those kids are only like a couple years older than they should be, but they're like 5 years older now.
Happy New Year from the UK from Jack. It's New Year's.
Oh yeah, New
on
Year's.
the minute right now in the UK. So happy New Year to all of our listeners in that time zone
across the pond.
Yeah,
I think it's legally obligated that we say across the pond at least once.
Cheerio.
But then Carol says he still looks young. And I honestly thought about him for this role, but I put him somewhere else.
Okay.
But no, it's not an unpopular pick at all. But yeah, he is definitely not baseball boy anymore.
Yeah.
What was that, 2019? So that's 4 years ago now?
Well, that's when the movie came out.
And they would have
right?
filmed it maybe in 2018.
A year or two
before,
yeah.
Probably a year before. So yeah, that's 4 or 5 years ago now. That's all of our picks for Jake. Anyone in the chat too, just throw them out there as we go.
Just like you've been doing, yeah.
Next up, so this is you going first, is Eddie Dean.
I mean,
yeah.
Is there any doubt?
Of course, you went Aaron Paul.
Is there any doubt?
And I mean, and we don't even know if we really have to talk about it too much. I think we've gone at length about.
I've gone in length of the reason why it's Aaron Paul.
Yeah,
it has to be.
But me, I went with Igby Rigney, which I know he may be a little bit on the younger side. I grabbed a picture from his Instagram actually that was very recent, so it shows his age. I haven't watched Midnight Club yet, but I know we read the article that talked about how Flanagan's pretty he loves this kid a lot. He had him in Midnight Mass. He's the star role in Midnight Club. So I just feel like some of that he might be the right role here, because I think he's too old to be Jake, but I think he's like 19 or 20 or somewhere. And let's just say if it started filming today, he's like 19. But okay, does that mean he's 2021 by the time that we get around to filming this series,
or when it comes out? So I think that that's who I have put down. And mostly just off of that reputation and the connection to Flanagan. That was my major thing there, because I haven't watched Midnight Club yet, so I haven't seen him in the starring role. He was a pretty I don't want to say he was a minor role, but he wasn't a major role in Midnight Mass. He'll be 20 in June.
Yeah,
so that is not a bad age to be there. And then in the chat, Mike M says Eddie played by Tom Holland. I know this because a joke in the Discord, but I actually really like this idea. I think he could still pull off being a teenager.
And he also just did that drug dealing movie for Apple, didn't he? Where he was all scruffed up, like kind of dingy looking.
Yeah.
So, I don't think he's just Spider-Man, right? He's done some other stuff.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, he played Nathan Drake in the Uncharted movie.
Yeah.
So we have that. There's also a Netflix movie where he plays someone kind of dishonorable, I think.
Mike says that maybe the Spidey sense will help him not get shot in the head.
God.
Oh, that's glorious. And then OG Chris says if Aaron Paul gets to play Eddie, we need a cameo of Bryan Cranston as Father Callahan.
Or Bryan Cranston as Calvin Tower.
Oh, you want to put him as Calvin Tower?
Deep No.
I think him as Callahan's an interesting.
That is a good one.
That's an interesting casting. And then Carol says, I like Tom. I think we need to keep Eddie young. Aaron comes off as 30s something, which is good for him because he's in his 40s.
Yeah.
So, but I think that the main thing that I think we've talked about on the show before is I don't think that there's anything about Eddie that requires him to be 23.
No.
It's not like Susanna being black. Like there's like that defines her character. Not in like a bad way, but it's just like she's in the civil rights movement. Potentially some of the attacks that happened to her potentially could have been because of like race. It's something that is very big for her identity. Not in a negative way. Even like some bit of it, the dead aside is obviously negative.
Right.
But like I don't think Eddie's age is that same kind of like crucial thing. I don't know. I could see it both ways.
I started looking at other actors, and I couldn't.
And
I couldn't.
Aaron agrees with you. He also had Aaron Paul here. Now, here's my one thing, too, is if we don't go Aaron Paul for Eddie, I think he'd be a great Henry.
He absolutely would be an amazing Henry.
Yeah. And also, you also can lean on the fact that that TikTok that Flanagan sent out.
That's where I'm like, Flanagan doesn't care about the age. He's going to work with Aaron Paul.
Yeah.
Aaron Paul for Roland.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Carol says still considering shooting for 10 years though. It's true. I mean, there is going to be time passing while we're shooting this and everything. And the thing is that Eddie is going to be living on the road, you know?
Yeah.
They're all going to age.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that we're gonna get a greater expansion of time because like what does the book take? Less than a year probably, right? But we know because they're going to be filming it over 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and that's assuming hopefully we don't have any massive breaks like Stranger Things does. These actors are all going to age, and of course Jake. So I think they're going to have to bake that in. I think that in the show, the Dark Tower quest is going to be multiple years.
Yeah.
They're just going to be that in where it's like...
It has to be.
That's the only way you could account for it with Jake. I think all the adults, it's one thing, but Jake, that's tough.
Yeah.
Unless you try to do the de-aging thing. If the de-aging thing evolves even more and you can actually get it to where you can hold him at roughly the same age.
Yeah. Mike M says Cranston is Sayer. And then...
ooh, yeah, that'd be a good one.
The Chris says, imagine Aaron calling Amano a bitch.
Yeah. Colin Blaine. Nicolas Cage is the Crimson King. I see in the chat from Jack. Yeah, that could be good. So let's jump on over to the next member of the quartet, and that is Susanna. And I put Keke Palmer is my pick here. If you've seen Nope, she is absolutely fucking incredible in that movie. And that movie alone, the funny thing is she was so electric just in the trailer for that I think even if you just had seen the Nope trailer once,
yeah,
like where she does the whole, like the first, film ever was a black man riding a horse for 9 seconds. So we have some skin in the game. Like that whole thing, she has a charisma that you just, and then like, and she's got a perfect look for it too. I love her. Like I said, the trailer blew me away, and I saw Nope, and she was incredible in it. It's a great movie, by the way. But yeah, ever since then, in my head, it's like that's Susanna to me.
Okay.
So yeah, that's my pick. Let's see, and then you got yours. I'll keep an eye on the chat here. We still got some Crimson King talk here.
I got Cynthia Erivo, which is Holly Gibney in The Outsider.
Oh yeah.
So we already got a Stephen King alumni. I think she's fantastic.
Oh, she's incredible. Yeah.
So she's also in Bad Times at El Royale.
Oh yeah, that's a great one
which
too.
is where I actually pulled her from. I did not make the connection that she was Holly.
Oh, okay.
So I was going through who I wanted to be Susanna, and I actually had
she was like the singer in that, wasn't she? Yeah, she's like
I had two other actresses pegged here. I was wondering about if we needed to have someone a bit younger and go with a younger Eddie as well. So kind of like a young couple. And I was thinking about Zendaya.
Okay.
Because she's in her 20s now. And then have like an an Eddie. Aaron. Have like an Eddie who's like late 20s, 27 to 29 kind of range.
Yeah.
And then another one was Zoe, how do you say her last name? Saldana? Gamora from Guardians.
Yeah.
Zaldaya? How do you say her last name?
I'm not sure.
But she plays Gamora in Guardians of the Galaxy as well as she's in Avatar.
Saldana.
Saldana?
I think it's probably.
Yeah. But then I remembered Bad Times at El Royale, and I remember watching that, and I remember texting you and saying she is Susanna.
Yeah, she's pretty great.
I remember texting you that when I watched that, because you're like, dude, you got to watch this movie. And I watched it, and I'm like, dude, that's Susanna.
Yeah.
Like, everything about her screams Susanna. If you want to see her with what I think Susanna would be, go watch Bad Times at El Royale. That's Susanna for me. Because she's kind of classy, but also kind of gritty. She's got the Odetta and Detta kind of showing through there in that character. Yeah. And then I never connected that was the same actress who plays Holly Gibney in The Outsider.
Yeah.
On HBO.
She's also Harriet Tubman in the Harriet movie.
Oh, is she really?
She was killer in the movie Widows too, that came out the same year as the Bad Times of the El Royale. So that's the year my eyes were open to hers, because Widows and Bad Times of the El Royale were like both incredible, and she did a killer job in both. But yeah, then obviously she goes on to play one of my favorite King characters of the modern age. So yeah, she's a great pick for sure.
In the chat we have Mike M says Susanna Odetta should be played by Lupita. I'm sorry, I say this wrong. Nyong'o.
Yeah.
She's in Black Panther.
Star Wars. She's Maz Kanata.
Oh, is she really?
Yeah, she's Maz Kanata.
And then she's also in 12 Years a Slave.
Yeah.
Oh, she's Nakia. Okay, that's who she is in Black Panther. Okay.
Yeah. And then Carol says Kiki's perfect, but lots of young, talented black actresses to choose from. And I totally agree, which I think is a wonderful thing, because I feel like if you talked like 10 so years ago with Dreamcasting, like Susanna was always one person. There was everyone just picked the same person, because it was just there wasn't as much
to
out
choose
there.
from.
Yeah, and there's just so much more now. But yeah, for me, like I said, if you've seen Nope, I think you'll get it. She just has, I don't know, just
and I still haven't seen that,
a feistiness to her too. Yeah, she's incredible. But yeah, you're right though. There's a lot of great, talented people, and I think that it's way more interesting, the Susanna Dean conversation now, than it was 10, 12 years ago in the early days of like when everyone was like, oh, Viggo Mortensen's got to be Roland. Like that was like the main thing, and like but her, I don't even remember who it was in those days, but it was always the same person for Susanna, and I always felt that was kind of shitty. Like, but yeah, wonderful time nowadays. And then let's see, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, Aaron does not really give notes, but he has Ruth Negga. She's
okay.
She's done some. I know she's done some stage work. Movie wise, I am not sure. But yeah, she's. I know she's really talented. I've been seeing a lot of like talk about her. I think she's maybe won some Tony Awards. She was in Ad Astra.
Yeah,
she's been in Agents of Shield.
So
I've seen her.
her
I've seen her in Ad Astra, but I only remember one thing about that movie. She's actually done a lot. But yeah, so I've probably seen her. But yeah, that's Aaron's pick. Let's see, anything else I'm missing in the chat? Angela Bassett is still being fan casted. Look deeper, please. Isn't she like in her 70s? Isn't Angela Bassett? I mean, she's wonderful, but
I love Angela Bassett.
Yeah, me too. But I feel like she's like in the wrong age bracket for Susanna. Maybe, or unless I'm mixing her up with someone else.
Born in 1958.
Okay, so it's not who I'm thinking then. Or
1958.
Yeah, I guess that's true. It's not the 90s anymore.
No, it's not. Yeah, Ted, it's not 1999.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, yeah. So that I definitely am not. That doesn't seem right to me. And then Carol says, "Don't get me wrong, she's great, but she's also 60 something." Yeah, no, agreed. And she's wonderful, but yeah, I just don't think she's right for the role. OG Chris says hot take, maybe an unknown is capable actress can pull out the 3 accents. Yeah, I think that's the thing with Susanna. That's going to be probably the hardest role in this, right? Is that an agreement? I don't think anyone could disagree. That is going to be the absolute hardest role in this, without question. Except for maybe the animators of Oi. They probably have a harder job. But but that's almost where but
honestly,
unknowns can be a thing across the board.
That's
I think
what I was going to say, is that I would not be opposed to having an unknown in almost every role. I honestly wouldn't have a problem if the entire quartet, all 4 of them, were unknowns.
Oh, agreed. Let's see. Mike says, agree, the hardest role. They'll have to remove her legs, like Lieutenant Dan from Forrest Gump, which, you got that. But then you've got the 3 different personalities. It's just going to be a really tough role. And I can't wait to see someone kill it, because I really think that they will be able to. Chris from Australia says Flanagan's got a single leg amputee for the Midnight Club. Maybe he could find a double leg amputee for Susanna. And that's true, too. Maybe it isn't a special effects thing. Maybe there's... someone that doesn't have legs legitimately as an actor. That's the big thing they're doing nowadays. Like Quiet Place, they got an actual deaf actor to play the daughter in that, rather than have someone pretend to be it. So there's definitely that for sure.
We're seeing much more representation of stuff like that all throughout Hollywood.
Yeah, for sure. And then Alan says, I'm sure they can get Oi. Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard, because we all have visions of what Oi is in our mind, and I don't think any of our visions match. And in fact, King's descriptions of Oi change from book to book.
It does.
Like there's raccoon and a dachshund, there's dachshund, raccoon, weasel. Like he gets all these different comps throughout the series that I don't think that even King maybe had the same animal in mind every time. So I think it's going to be tough, because they have to capture what's going to be right for all of us to look at it and go, yes.
Andy Serkis plays Oi. Mike says Oi, LucasArts CGI creation like BB-8. BB-8 was a practical effect, not a CGI in most shots.
Oh yeah, that's what I guess. Yeah. No, and so maybe you can even do that. Some kind of Jim Henson production.
Sean Gunn, just like he did with Rocket Raccoon.
Well, that'd make it easier to wring him like a rag.
Stop it. Gosh. Start with the trained raccoon and go from there.
That's awesome, Carol. So next up, we've got my boy, Randall Flagg, the Man in Black, is what I've got. What do you got here?
Charles Hunnam, I think is how you say his name.
Okay.
Charlie.
He's in Sons of Anarchy, right?
Sons of Anarchy, but also what I have him on is The Gentleman. I texted you when I watched this movie last week.
The Guy Ritchie movie, yeah.
Yeah, Guy Ritchie movie. Dude, I texted you and I was like, dude, have you seen this movie? And you're like, no, I haven't. I need to check it out. It's on Netflix. He is... I'm not trying to give too much away, because I really do want you to watch the movie. There's a mobster in the movie who is coincidentally played by Matthew McConaughey.
Oh, okay. All right.
Not a mobster. I apologize. Not a mobster. He is a drug dealer. He grows marijuana in England. Charlie plays his right-hand man.
Okay.
His
Jack Andolini.
His Jack Andolini, exactly. But he's not a Jack Andolini, I'm going to bust your head, I'm intimidating stuff kind of thing like that. He is a very smart, sophisticated, and everything like that kind of guy.
Yeah.
But he does have that roguish side where he can still kick your ass.
Yeah.
He has... The whole film is based around someone coming to him, the number one, my right-hand man kind of guy, and blackmailing his boss. The entire movie is him telling him a story about how he's going to blackmail his boss. And he has to sit there and just listen to this guy talk down and everything like that. And just the looks, the persona and everything like that, he just struck me as, dude could nail Flagg.
Yeah.
He could nail it.
Yeah. Mike throws out a really good one. Ben Mendelsohn.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I am an unabashed Ben Mendelsohn
fan.
Dude, you
love him.
He is incredible in everything.
He's like
the
new Gary Oldman.
I actually went through my list, because I'll spoiler it now. I don't have Ben Mendelsohn on my list. And dude, at the end of it, I was like, I need Ben in here somewhere.
Yeah.
And I thought about going and uncasting someone. I didn't, but my God, I love him. He's incredible.
Yeah.
And he's done so many different things already. Just in the bigger things that he's done, he has such different characters. He's incredible. I love him a lot. And then for me, my pick is Alexander Skarsgård. I would like to, because I do think he was a bright spot in the newer Stand. Overall forgettable, and in some cases bad, but I think he did an incredible job as Flag, and I would love to see him
spread his wings,
be given a proper attempt at the role. I think he'd be incredible. I think he did a killer job. I mean, I really don't know if there's anything else in that show that stands out to me as much as he does. I think he's the MVP, except for probably Harold. Is probably a high one too, but Flag was incredible in that, so I'd love to see him try it again. Let's see. OG Chris says, I agree with Tad's pick. I want him to be a little bit more menacing, and I'm sold. Maybe a black robe will help.
Yeah.
And I
with
think
like the hood up and everything like that, like in the illustrations.
That's what he's wearing in the books, right?
Yeah.
Because Jake thinks he's a priest.
Yeah.
Because when Roland's asking him and stuff. Let's see, and also Chris from Australia is in the future, and he says it's looking bright, so that's good. 2023, and now Jack is too.
Yeah,
Jack's joined Chris in
being on a different day and a different year than us.
Yeah, different year, different day.
Yeah,
wild. Let's see. Anything else? Skarsgård. Chris says. Chris from Australia says Skarsgård actually looks a lot like Michael Whelan's illustration of Flag with a black robe. And I just think, all Skarsgårds, you could just say that across the board. They're all talented as fuck. But I just think that Alexander, I love him too, because I've loved him since Generation Kill on HBO. I think he's an incredibly talented actor, and I would love to see him be given another shot. Plus, it adds that element that all of us King fans want, even if they're going to
different level of the tower.
Exactly. Like, and honestly, just for that small thing, I could even say like Matthew McConaughey again, just because something that would connect to other things would just be incredible. But Alexander, I think, just didn't have the chance to really spread his wings, so I'd love to see him there.
Yeah.
So next up, Aaron has Dan Stevens. I am not sure if I know who he is, but I really like the look. He's got the piercing blue eyes, so kind of the Rolandish eyes, but I think that could be pretty good for a Flag. Are you pulling him up there to see?
Looks like he's in the new Downtown Abbey. Welcome to Chippendales, the new series. Let's see.
He's in the Guillermo del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities. He's got a couple things.
Did you see that picture of him on that trailer right there on IMDb?
The poster, yeah.
Dan Stevens' career retrospective, that dark suit, blue shirt, and everything like that. Yeah, that's a heck of a look right there to see like the Flag-esque kind of. Yeah, I like it.
Oh yeah, and that's the reason I picked, because I did pick the pictures for Aaron's as well.
Sure.
I picked this picture because I feel like it has that Flagish smile, don't you think?
Yeah.
The picture I've got there, I don't know.
Oh, is he in the live-action Beauty and the Beast?
Oh,
he's Beast in the live-action Beauty and the Beast with Emma Watson.
Oh, well, that doesn't follow very well. Flag's he's a gentleman, not a beast. I mean, he does eat someone, Bobby Terry. So.
Yeah,
the look on your face.
Yeah, he's really a gentleman. Yeah, sure. Crucifying people and everything is such a gentleman behavior.
Did you go first on this one? I'm losing track already.
Yes.
Okay, so the next one, we are jumping down to young Roland.
Yeah.
And this is where I've got Jacob Tremblay.
Okay.
I've got him as young Roland. Again, this is the picture I put up earlier, so you guys could all see what I'm thinking. Because I think, again, if you have Baseball Boy in your head, you'd be like, what the fuck? How is that going to be young Roland?
Ted, that's the wrong guy.
But no, yeah, I think that with where you're looking at what he looks like now in 2022, I think. Now, the other problem is, logistically, it doesn't make sense, right? Because potentially this is 5, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years. Who knows until we get to book 4. I don't know how he's going to do that. Are we just going to skip the flashbacks, or is he going? I
don't know.
I'm glad that's not my job, because that's going to be a tough thing to figure out.
One of the things also we need to cover is that we're getting into the young Katet here. The book 4, The Wizard in Glass, is that Ted and I both talked about doing older actors versus what age appropriate it is in the book. I don't feel that it's going to be feasible to do 14, 16-year-olds, especially with the Roland and Susan dichotomy.
Yeah.
I think you have to age them up a little bit, which is what I did for all of them.
Yeah, me too.
So,
I think all of mine, I aimed around 18-ish, like late teenager up there is kind of where...
Or they can look like that.
Because I think they're still... Yeah. Those, I mean, when you're thinking about the big coffin hunters and stuff, that's still kids, right? You're not going to take a kid like that serious in that setting. So.
Yeah. You still have to do young so that they aren't taken seriously and everything. And so who I did is I did Noah Schnapp, which is known for Stranger Things. He's Will Byers. I feel like he is the one out of the Stranger Things kids, the younger kids, aside from 11. I think he has the acting chops to be phenomenal. And also, just look at this picture of him and go back to the picture of Jensen. They kind of look alike a little bit. They got the same jaw shape and everything like that.
And I didn't.
I know you didn't look at that.
I
I had him pegged for Jake initially, and then I remembered the kid from the Adam Project, and so I'm like, man, I really like Noah. I really like his portrayal of Will Byers.
Yeah.
I like how he acts in that and everything like that. Where could I I'm like, oh my god, dude, he'd be a great young Roland.
Yeah.
Because he's got like the strong, silent, and have a presence still and everything like that.
Yeah.
So I really like Noah. I think he'd be a great young Roland.
Yeah. And I guess I skipped my explanation. For me, Tremblay, if you go back and watch Room, I think he's like 10 or younger in that movie, but I think he does better than a lot of adult actors, let alone go into like Baseball Boy. You know, things like he's an incredible fucking actor. And I think that he would be great. A great actor. Plus, he's got the Mike Flanagan connection. But I think he's an actor you can hang a whole season on. Which again, I don't know how they're going to do that. They're just going to cast him from the beginning. You know, what they might want to do: cast him from the beginning, and you just get that backstory cross-cut throughout the whole thing. Because do we really want to take a break from our core cast for a whole season? But then you also have like the trial and stuff that you need to see in the first book in a lot of ways. Yeah. So it's like I feel like the best way to do it is just do that. Start there. Start showing but then just every so often, maybe you do a whole episode that's that, or half episodes or whatever, where you're bouncing back and forth the young Roland seeing his story, and then understanding that in the narrative at some point that he's having this dump onto the newer content to let them know his backstory. Chris from Australia says, I recently did a rewatch of True Blood. Skarsgård's portrayal of Eric the Viking is phenomenal and so much fun, as well as The Northman. He did an incredible job as a Viking as well. Mike says, young Roland, Brenton, I don't know how to say that, the Dick Grayson for the Titans.
I think is how you say it.
Thwaites.
Thwaites?
I don't know. Yeah. So Dick Grayson from the Titans on HBO Max. Carol says, 14 to 18 is cool.
Yep.
Chris, OG Chris says, Roland and their quartet were not taken seriously because of their ages in the books.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I think that, I still think that even if you put them around 18, like, if you're talking guys like Eldred Jonas and stuff, they're not going to take a fucking 18-year-old. I mean, dude.
No.
In the real world, I'll see, like at work, I'll see people hire the like an 18-year-old kid, and I don't take him as serious.
Yeah.
We'll see.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it's just not that I'm being like trying to be negative, but it's just looking at it like, oh, it's an 18-year-old. We'll see if they're even here in a couple weeks. So
yeah, we'll see how they are.
Yeah,
because we've seen it from both. We've seen both sides of the coin.
Yeah,
we've seen 18-year-olds be some of the best employees.
Yeah,
but we've also seen 18-year-olds that are like one day of work and go, no, I can't do this.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's exactly that. I completely forgot how old Noah is, so I just Googled it. Dude's 18. Yeah. He's exactly 18.
Yeah,
that's perfect.
Yeah, they're all about that now. Yeah. All right, and then Aaron actually did not do young Roland, so we will jump over to Cuthbert, everyone's favorite. What do you got?
Jack Dylan Grazer.
Okay, and he's one of the It kids, right?
Mm-hmm.
He Eddie?
Is Eddie Kasprek. He is also in Shazam, is the reason why I cast him as Cuthbert, is because he is the mouthy, disabled, like, foster brother kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's honestly what I was remembering, is I was looking at the, what's his name? Asher, I just spaced on his name. The guy who plays Shazam. The kid.
Yeah.
Asher, I think is his name.
Something like
that. Asher Ada or something like that. I was looking at him thinking he would be a good for a role. And then I was like, oh, damn, what about his brother?
Yeah.
His brother's got like that mouth and that kind of like that sarcasm and, like, oh, really? Oh, you're just picking on a crippled kid, huh? Kind of thing and everything.
That's right, yeah.
And then when I looked him up, because I looked him up to see what he looked like now and everything like that, like, where are we at age-wise and stuff like that? I'm like, oh, shit, that is Eddie Kasprek. I'm like, yes. And him and Richie going at it in the It movies were some of the best stuff.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, yeah, absolutely he could play Cuthbert. Imagine him leaning over, tapping the skull. You watching? Look out, kind of thing. So that's where I was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, indeed. And then I have Oaks Fegley, and he is he's in the new Fablesman, the Spielberg movie, as well as he was in that movie The War with Grandpa with De Niro. I didn't see it, but
okay.
I saw some of the trailers, and he's in there. But yeah, that's who I picked.
Okay.
Kind of feel like he's like I've heard some stuff from the Fablesman that he does a good job in that. So
Okay.
I haven't seen it yet, but that's who I picked for Mr. Cuthbert, the best,
your boy,
the best of the kids there. And then Aaron has Aiden Gallagher. And he definitely, I'm not sure if I'm familiar with him, but I remember finding this picture. I was like, oh yeah, like that is kind of what I pictured Cuthbert, actor wise. Also, I don't know if I'm missing.
Oh, he's from the Umbrella Academy. Really popular show on Netflix right now.
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else I missed in the chat? I know we're hitting some of these. So, no other castings. Go ahead and throw the castings out if you guys want. And then Alan says he agrees with you. Grazer would be great for the humor.
Yeah, he has that smart mouth already down. He's done it a couple times now with Eddie and the kid from Shazam. I forgot the character's name is Shazam, but yeah, he's the one with the crutches. So.
No, yeah, that's definitely a good pick. But yeah, no, Aaron's pick here it definitely has a Cuthbert look for sure. And I haven't seen the Umbrella Academy.
He's even got like look at this picture. He's just got that smirk.
Oh yeah, exactly.
You know, where he's just like.
Totally.
Hi, Roland.
Could totally see it.
Can I talk to you outside for a moment?
Yeah.
Bam!
And then next up, we got Alan Johns. And I've got Noah Jupe, which is a lot of people would know him from A Quiet Place. He is the son.
Oh, okay.
He is the son in A Quiet Place. He was also Honey Boy, where he played what's that kid's name from Transformers? It's like the autobiographical movie. Indiana Jones' kid, Shia LaBeouf.
Oh, okay.
It's like his semi-autobiographical movie, and Noah Jupe played the Shia LaBeouf character. But A Quiet Place, most people probably know him from. He did a killer job in those. And as I grabbed a picture to show here, he is no longer that little boy we saw in A Quiet Place.
Yeah,
he's grown a little bit. So that's my pick for Alan. Kind of has a little bit more of the rounder face, and I feel like he can kind of have that in A Quiet Place. Think about how he plays the terrified in that, because I feel like Alan is just kind of the deer in the headlights.
What's going on?
Yeah, he's a little bit more reactionary and stuff. Nothing against him, but I feel like Cuthbert and Roland are both more the grab the bull by the horns, and Alan's more of the sit back and watch and potentially, kind of the oh my god, we're fucked. Look at all this shit going wrong right now. So I think he could play that really well. What do you got?
I got Ty Simpkins, which is the kid in Iron Man 3.
Yeah,
that rescues. Tony Stark and everything like that.
Yeah, I think he's been in some other. Yeah, he's
been in a bunch of other stuff. But
Jurassic World.
He was in the Jurassic World movies and stuff like
Insidious
that.
too.
I would love to see this because he played kind of like smart mouthy. I was honestly thinking about him for Cuthbert for a little bit, but I think it would be good to see him do a different style role.
Yeah,
and I think he has the acting chops. He's played a couple different roles now.
Yeah. He's in The Whale too, the new one with Brendan Fraser.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that one. But I think he would be really good as a stoic kind of Alan Johns,
Uh-huh. Yeah, indeed. And then Aaron has Jeremy Ray Taylor, which is Ben from It.
Oh, okay.
So, that's I could definitely see that. Another King alum as well. So we always love that.
I love
it. I don't know if Kathy Bates made it to my list or not. But speaking of King alum.
I know where I would cast Kathy.
Yeah, Sylvia Pittston?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, Sylvia doesn't have a hammer, but...
She could.
She might. Yeah, she's right behind the pulpit. She's got like a freaking sledgehammer.
Exactly.
Okay. I forget who's going first here.
Me.
Okay. It's now we've got next is Susan Delgado. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, Susan Delgado, not Susanna.
This is the one I went with. She's a little bit older, but I still feel like she could absolutely pull off a 20, 21-year-old because I don't think she needs to be as young as Roland, being Susan. But Florence Pugh is phenomenal.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I pull from Midsummer more than anything else for her.
Oh, yeah, that's a great one.
That is phenomenal acting. The trauma, the terror that she has is absolutely what I would want to see in Susan Delgado. And that's what stuck with me. That's what resonated with me when I was looking at different actresses. And I'm like, God, that was such a good performance. If I could have her right after Midsummer, I would absolutely take that, because that was a few years ago, and the trauma that she goes through, a lot of trauma in that story, and she's able to correctly portray it, which is what Susan would have to, but she still has the fire because we've seen her in the MCU.
Yeah.
She's Black Widow's sister and everything like that, and she's going to be in the Thunderbolts.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. She's going to be in the Thunderbolts, and she plays a badass, and she has comic relief. She delivers lines correctly. She does an accent and everything like this. So if we're going to have Magus with a little bit of an accent, she can do that as well. Also, the blonde hair, she looks great with it. Susan Delgado, the girl at the window with the blonde hair and everything, absolutely can nail it.
If you're gonna buck the blonde hair trend a little bit, Mike has Jenna Ortega from the Netflix series Wednesday.
Oh yeah, she's great.
Yeah, she's definitely kind of blown the world away with her portrayal as Wednesday.
Yeah,
but I know she was also in X, which is an incredible movie. She was also in the new Scream. She's done some stuff as a horror fan that I appreciate. So I haven't watched Wednesday yet, but that's a good one. I have got Isabel May. I am currently in the middle of watching 1883 for the first time, the Yellowstone prequel, and she is one of the main characters of that. She is the Dutton daughter, and she's incredible. She's doing an incredible job in this role. Like I said, she's actually kind of the narrator, so I don't know if that makes her the main character, but she's like the whole story is being told kind of through her perspective, and she's killing it. And she's got the blonde hair; she's got about the right age. So that's my pick for Susan.
OG Chris says the girl from the Northman. Google says her name is Anya Taylor-Joy.
Yeah, which is that the one that did the chess movie too, or am I conflating two people here?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know who you're talking about with that.
Yeah, the Queen's Gambit. Yeah. Okay. I was blanking on the name of that too. No, she's incredible as well.
Okay.
Good picks there. And then Aaron has Emily Ellen Lind. I'm not super familiar with her, but I pulled up a picture here, and she definitely has the look. Let's see. Haunting in Connecticut, The Babysitter,
Revenge.
Killer Queen. Dr. Sleep, Snakebite Andy.
Oh,
yeah. Did not pick that up from this picture, but now that you've mentioned that, yes, that is indeed her.
That's Snakebite Andy. So Flanagan alumni.
That's the Flanagan alumni.
Okay.
Yes. That's a good.
And I know that there's going to be more Flanagan and alumni on our list.
Oh, indeed.
There has to be, right?
So now we come to Mr. Donald Callahan.
Yep.
Per Callahan. And our first match.
I knew it.
Gary Oldman. I almost put Gary in a couple different roles.
I did too.
Including Callahan. I thought about Flag and even Jake, because we know that
he could play.
anyone.
I had him as Oy at one point as a bonus one. No, I actually had him cast originally as Balazar.
I almost put him as Eldred Jonas.
Oh,
can you imagine?
Good Jonas.
Can you imagine?
Well, he has such a in Leon the Professional.
Yeah.
Like the bad guy, that kind of thing. And he can do it. He's been a bad guy in a lot of things.
Oh yeah.
Air Force One, he's just like the atypical action bad guy.
Yeah.
But he can be the bad guy with like the menacing and stuff like that, like in The Professional. But when I got down to it, I was looking at him as Balazar because I could see him being like
kind of that
you
quiet,
want that guy
muted,
sitting behind the guy behind the desk where you walk in and you're just like, the Balazar thing that sticks with me is the story about the Irishman who walks in and is like disrespectful, knocks over the house of cards, and then he's like, he kills him.
Like what I picture with Gary Oldman that he could pull off, that I think what you're talking about is like, you've got that moment where like he doesn't even give like a full nod, he just gives a small movement of the head, and it's enough for the guy to know to kill, like his right hand man to kill the guy.
And then he's like, I want him buried under where birds will shit on him.
Yeah,
like that. I could see Gary Oldman saying that.
Yeah,
like I want him buried where birds shit. Like that's the kind of guy. But for I sacrificed that to see him play Callahan.
Dude, when I saw that you had him there too, I was just like, are you kidding me? Because that's I don't think it's the most typical pick for him, although I did find a priest picture of Mr. Gary Oldman.
Don't worry. That character's coming. OG Chris asked about Rhea.
I just love that you had him on there too, because I don't think it's the most typical. I think the most typical like not typecasting, but I think if you're asked like 100 Dark Tower fans, I think you probably find him as Flag more often than not. So just the fact that I decided to go against that, and then you did too, and then we both ended up on the same role, that kind of blew me. Wait, do we have to explain? I mean,
No,
Gary
it's
Oldman,
Gary
he's
Oldman.
the greatest actor of our time, without question.
So here in the chat, Mike M says Father Callahan, he wants Brad Pitt. Give him the hair from World War Z, where he has longer, kind of shaggier hair.
And honestly,
like that.
some of the stuff he's done recently, I never liked him as much. Not that he wasn't talented, I just felt like he was just more of a pretty boy. But dude, the last like 5-8 years of movies that he's done, he's fucking incredible, dude. Like he's
doing a
he's
really
a
good
killer
job.
fucking actor. I just think of like back in the 90s, like there was just times I was just like, he's just a pretty boy. Like DiCaprio, same thing. But both of them have DiCaprio grew quicker to being like that hardcore, like legit actor. Brad Pitt took a little bit more time, but dude, you look at some of the stuff he's done in the last couple of years, Jesus, he's good.
But he says add some aging in the scar and everything. And then OG Chris asked about Rhea of the Coos. Don't worry, she's coming. She is on the list. Don't worry. And then Carol says Bryan Cranston for Father Callahan, and that one's not a bad. That's not a bad one.
That'd be a good one. Yeah.
Could Defoe be a Callahan?
Dude, I almost put Willem Dafoe. Dude, he is one I did not find on my list, but he almost did, and he almost did in this role too. So that's actually a really good pick.
Carol says she'd watch Brad Pitt. Alan, you may be joking about Defoe, but he was in the back of my mind for several roles.
I think I actually had him typed in this role for Callahan at one point.
Yeah,
he was in the freaking cell as Callahan at one point because he's an incredible actor.
He's really good.
So a lot of good Callahan picks. I think Callahan would be a killer role too. That'd be a great role for an actor. And then Aaron has Mark Hamill as Father Callahan.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
No, and Alan did say he's serious. I didn't take him as joking either. I think you.
He put LOL, so I just thought he was laughing about it, and everything.
Okay. Mark Hamill. I mean, we all love him. He's an incredibly talented person.
Spoiler alert: he's on my list as someone else.
He might be on my list too. And then that brings us to one of Peter's favorite characters, Calvin Tower.
I'll go first.
Go ahead.
Mark Hamill.
I mean, any explanation?
He doesn't have exactly like the body build of being like the lean string bean kind of guy, but I could absolutely see Mark Hamill playing such a guy who has to collect books and not sell them, and he's in debt, and it's like that. I need to do it, kind of guy. Because like the stuff that I've seen from Mark Hamill recently, especially, is just. The dude's so talented.
Well, he can't burn the books in Last Jedi.
Exactly.
He keeps wanting to, and he doesn't. He just can't do it.
He has struggled with it. He
takes the Force Goblin to come and do it.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I think Mark Hamill. I mean, even look at this picture right here. That just screams, I'm going to go find an antique bookstore.
Yeah.
Even though I'm on the run.
I just feel like you picked him here as a character you hate because he's the Joker. I feel like in my mind,
I love him as the Joker. He's the best Joker.
But you hate the Joker though. Like you're a Batman guy. So I just feel like you just picked him. It's like almost a typecasting where it's just like, I hate Calvin Tower. Who else do I hate? I hate the Joker. So I'm just joking, but that did come to my mind. Where I'm like, of course Peter didn't put him in as like this like lovable, like whatever character. No, it had to be.
Do you want
a deplorable?
Do you want to know the truth about something?
What's that?
I had him in a different role initially.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
A more beloved role?
I had him as Callahan.
Oh, okay.
I had him initially as Callahan. I'm like, Hamill would make a pretty good Callahan. And then I was like, no, he would rub me the wrong way because I know he could get under my skin as Tower. Absolutely, he should be Tower.
Yeah.
Because then I remembered Gary Oldman, and I was like, where am I going to put Gary?
Mike says Hamill could pull off the a-hole, see his role in Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back. Yeah, that's a good one.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then Mike also says Calvin Tower, Mark Hamill. And then Alan says he's loving this all around.
Oh, yeah.
And he says popcorn.
Oh, yeah. So who do you got?
I got Michael McKean. If anyone has watched, he's Spinal Tap. He's in Spinal Tap. But most recently, Better Call Saul. He had a really great turn as Jimmy McGill's brother. He probably one of the, I don't know, very, very great character. He did incredible work. I think he's more of a comedic actor generally, but dramatically he killed it. And he's just one of the most pompous, he just rubs you the wrong way in every way. Okay. And I just feel like because of his turn in Better Call Saul, and I'm a huge Flanagan, Vince Gilligan fan. and Vince Gilligan fan, and so there's some Vince Gilligan.
He's the brother that has the
electro
the issues, right?
Yeah. So he's like the brother, and he just
Yeah.
that kind of character. I feel like he'd be a perfect Calvin Tower. He could have that highfalutin voice that like trying to like he's speaking down to you and stuff, all that kind of stuff. Underestimating everyone but himself. Just all the shit that just drives you crazy about Tower. I think he could pull it off in a wonderful way.
OG Chris says, "Imagine Chuck treating Jake the same way he treated Jimmy."
Yeah, Chuck is his name in Jimmy McGill. So
Saul.
Saul.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Chuck is his name in Better Call Saul. Jimmy is Saul.
Well, the thing is Tower's not like condescending or anything like that to Jake. He's very nice and everything like that to Jake. It's Eddie who he rubs the wrong way.
Yeah.
So
yeah. But
which would be Aaron Paul. So.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're crossing the streams a little bit there. And then Aaron has a good pick here. Danny DeVito.
Oh, but how can you get mad at him? He's such a national treasure.
Should I have pulled up a penguin picture instead?
I still love him
with the dirty onesie?
I would hug him even though he was wearing that.
You would
I
not.
would absolutely.
You would
Dude,
not.
it's Danny freaking DeVito.
The black shit coming out of his mouth and stuff. No.
Absolutely. I love Danny DeVito. He's got new commercials with like Jersey Mike's and he's just like, listen to the sizzle. And I'm like, I love you, Danny DeVito.
Dude, imagine his Danny DeVito voice with all the Calvin Tower stuff though.
Oh yeah.
It would Mike says, "LOL, Aaron, go back to his Taxi days." Yeah, no, he's a great actor.
He's phenomenal.
But I think it's a great pick too. I like it. It made me laugh for sure.
Also, it would be very easy for someone to intimidate him, like Andolini
and stuff, leaning on him,
coming and leaning on him because he's a little bit smaller in stature.
Yeah,
absolutely would be very, very like, get the fuck away from here, you sons of bitch. Make them even more menacing for picking on him. But then it's like, dude, you got to be smarter. Like, come on. You're like, look at you.
Yeah. And then Alan says, speaking of degloving, Danny DeVito. I'm trying to think of degloving.
Degloving? Alan, fill us in.
Yeah, I miss. The only thing I remember is him biting the guy's nose. Yeah, I know.
Are we talking about that?
It's one of my faverit lines in Batman history.
You just randomly randomly say it to me.
It's so good. Now, while we're waiting on Alan to fill us in on what we're missing, I'm going to be mad if it's something I should have known. We're moving over to Aaron Deepno, of course, Calvin Tower in here, like peas in a pod.
Yep.
I went with Ian McKellen.
Oh, that's a good one.
As Aaron Deepno. Feel like him just being the kind of that slightly posh, like I could see him wearing like a cardigan, but sitting there playing like on a chessboard, and I just feel like you could see him
Mike
that.
M says Bill Murray for Deepno.
Okay.
I think when you look at it with Bill Murray, I love that idea because it's like the New York, not posh, but he's the guy that hangs around drinking coffee and playing chess with someone.
Yeah.
Even though the guy's kind of an idiot, he's still going to be friends with them.
Oh, yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, so for me, I got Ian McKellen. I felt like Deepno was a little bit older anyway, so I think it was natural to pick an older actor.
Yeah.
And I love Ian McKellen. I mean, he's played my favorite comic book character of all time as Magneto. He was great as Gandalf. I mean, he's done. I mean, Stephen King alum. He was the Nazi in Apt Pupil. So, Ian McKellen's my pick. What do you got?
Chris says that's a fantastic photo of McKellen, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
I
actually put way more work into some of these pictures than I probably should have. There's some of these I spent like 15, 20 minutes on YouTube or Google trying to find like the perfect picture.
So for Aaron, I went with Michael Caine because I tried to picture someone who is just like nice, but also can give me a riddle that'll stump me. Kind of thing. And I just instantly thought of Michael Caine and honestly, what came to mind for him was Inception.
Okay.
That little small role that he has in Inception.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, I could see that. But yeah, I like Michael Caine. He's great.
Yeah. So you know how you say Michael Caine like Michael Caine, right?
Yeah.
Do you know how to do it?
No.
So say my
like
you own something, right?
My
cocaine. Say them together.
My cocaine.
That's how he says his name.
Michael Caine.
I don't remember how I heard that, but it stuck with me for years. David says, I'm partially joking, but I think it would be kind of funny if you just got the two actors who played Frasier and his brother from Frasier for Tower and his friend.
Yes! Niles and Frasier. Kelsey Grammer
I know is that Sideshow Bob and Sideshow Bob's brother.
Yeah, it's...
as a Simpsons fan. Cecil is his name in Simpsons. I know that.
He's also in... David Hyde Pierce is his name. He is one of the bugs in Bug's Life.
Wait, hold on. What's that? One more time.
Frasier's brother.
Okay.
David Price is his name.
Okay.
He plays one of the bugs in A Bug's Life.
Oh, okay.
One of the circus bugs.
It's all about The Simpsons for me, sir. And there was the one where Sideshow Bob's brother shows
and Kelsey
up.
Grammer is Frasier.
Yeah, of course.
So.
Of course, yes.
David Hyde Price is his name. Yeah, Kelsey Grammer and David Hyde Price. They actually would be a very good pair. Kelsey Grammer would have to play Tower, though. I couldn't see.
Yeah.
I couldn't see David being kind of. Oh, he is kind of pompous. So I mean, either one. Flip a coin.
Yeah. Indeed. And then going over to Aaron's pick, he has got Stephen Tobolowsky as Mr. Aaron Deep now.
Oh, okay.
So he's kind of one of those legendary that guy's character actor. So yeah, I can see that for sure. Little bit. I don't know. For me, I always picture Deep now older for some reason. I don't remember if he's ever even explained as old as I picture him.
Yeah.
But I just have always had him in my head as kind of a grandpa-ish. Not that Stephen Tobolowsky's not that, but that's just kind of, I don't know. He's a little bit younger than I would have thought, but dude, it's maybe the picture I built in my head of Deep now doesn't even match the book. Honestly,
he actually is younger because remember he survives into to building the company with Moses Carver.
Oh, okay.
It's him and Moses that build up. It's them and what's the guy's name from Maine?
John Cullum.
Yeah, Cullum. It's the three of them that kind of build up the tech corporation.
Yeah,
so,
no, that's true. But I feel like it was like explained as like a shock that he was still alive. Like that he probably shouldn't have been still alive. I don't know. Again, maybe it's not even. Maybe it's between the lines, and I've read it into it.
Yeah.
But I've just had it in my head that he was older. But no, still a good.
Chris asks, "How can you guys remember anything about frickin' Bugs Life?" I'm with you, man.
He
has such a distinct voice.
I'm with Chris. The
the
only thing I remember about that movie is the ladybug was a dude, not a lady,
yes.
and he was all pissed off.
You have to understand one thing, Chris. My dad freaking adored Frasier. He liked Cheers, but he watched Frasier with like a passion. I don't know why. My dad is not exactly like.
No, it doesn't seem like your dad.
You know my dad.
Yeah.
My dad is a military guy.
Yeah, John Wayne
aficionado. Lawrence of Arabia. He doesn't like Superman or Batman or space stuff. Like even like Buck Rogers was a little bit too far for him. He wasn't a fan of Star Wars or anything like that. So for him to like Frasier was just kind of like
that's a weird one. Yeah, that's a weird one for him.
He adored Frasier.
Yeah.
Watched it all the time. So I saw a ton.
It was decades before I learned that Frasier was a spinoff of Cheers. I was never a Cheers guy or a Frasier guy, but it was like, I don't even know. It was in the early 2000s when somebody told me that Frasier was a spinoff of Cheers, and I was like, are you fucking kidding me? It is?
Yeah.
I had no idea.
I didn't either. And then Chris says, also, LOL, you didn't watch A Bug's Life with your children when it was released. You were the children. This is true.
Yeah,
I did. So when I'm a kid and I'm watching it and I hear that voice and I go, that's Niles, from Frasier. It's just like whenever Kelsey Grammer shows up, I'm like, hey, it's Frasier. Like when he showed up as Beast, I'm like, hey, it's Frasier playing Beast.
It's Sideshow Bob, sir.
Yeah.
But yeah, Chris said I've never watched a single episode of Frasier. Cheers. Same here. So I didn't know they were connected until like I said, it was in the early 2000s. So now moving over to a character we all despise. That is Jack Mort. Who's going first here?
You?
Okay. So going over to Jack Mort, pulling the slide up here, I have got Matthew Good.
Okay.
The Paramount Plus had the show called The Offer. It was a show. It was about the making of The Godfather. Overall, it was okay. I'm a huge Godfather fan, so I was a no-brainer for me to watch. But Matthew Good played the studio executive, Bob Evans, I think, and he's like a legendary Hollywood producer. He's like one of the most. He's just like one of those absolute fucking titans.
The name
of Hollywood
actually rings a bell for me, and I don't know anything about that crap.
Yeah, and he's got a very, very distinct style of speaking.
Sure.
And dude, Matthew Good just fucking killed it. Every time he was on screen, he embodied that role in a perfect way. And honestly, even though I'm a Godfather fan, overall, I probably would never watch the series again. It was fun to watch one time, but I will say, Matthew Good's performance might pull me into a rewatch. Just his performance.
Oh, okay.
So even though it's completely atypical of what he was playing as Bob Evans, or Robert Evans, whatever, I think take him and make him Jack Mort. I feel like it's kind of like Anthony Hopkins, right? Anthony Hopkins was trying to figure out Hannibal Lecter, and Jonathan Demme says, hey, you played Treves in Elephant Man. I want you to play like that. And Anthony Hopkins like, what? Treves is like a good guy. Like, why do you want me to play Hannibal Lecter like that? You know, and it's just that kind of thing. Grab a guy. It doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem like the right pick, because I think that would kill it in my mind. So yeah, that's my pick. And yeah, killer performances as Bob Evans and The Offer. What do you got?
In the chat, we got a couple. We got Mike M says Mort should be Tom Hopper, Umbrella Academy. And then Carol says Dennis O'Hare as Jack Mort. That name didn't ring a bell, but he is in a bunch of stuff, including Dallas Buyers Club and American Horror Story. He's in a bunch of stuff in American Horror Stories.
It's because they reused their cast on that. It's kind of a anthology where, generally speaking, it's the same cast, even more so than Mike Flanagan. But like those take like the exact same cast, but a whole different story. Yeah. So
for Jack Mort, I picked Robert Longstreet, Flanagan alumni. Got to use him somewhere.
Oh
right?
yeah. Oh yeah.
So I think he could absolutely clean up and play a despicable human being.
Yeah. That is an interesting pick, I will say. Of all your picks, this is one that jumped out at me as like, oh, whoa.
Because the thing is that I understand the want to go for someone who like looks really good in a suit and stuff like that, but I want to go for someone who also looks like he belongs in a sweater too large for him, dropping bricks on children.
Yeah, yeah.
So I kind of weighed more towards that side, and I kind of picture him maybe not being in a Skyrise situation. So, and when I looked up Robert, I honestly looked up Flanagan alumni.
Yeah,
there are actually websites that track directors and actors who work together constantly. And I found him, and I'm like, I know where I should use him. And then I went, no, I already have someone in that role. I should bump that person. And then I went, no, this person's really good in this role, and it's coming up later. So I'm like, I'll tell you which one that is later. But I'm like, man, he really could play a bad guy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He doesn't play exactly
He was Barry the Chunk in Dr. Sleep.
Yeah, he Barry the Chunk, and then also, let's be perfectly honest, in Midnight Mass, the character that he plays, he has something terrible happen to him, so you feel really sorry for him. Oh, he's not a good person in
brutal.
That. Yeah, he is not a good person in that, though.
Chris from Australia says the picture of Good is how I imagine Mort, but that picture of Longstreet is creepy as fuck. I'm glad I got one that was creepy because
see, this is kind of like the duality of Jack Mort is that you have like the clean, sophisticated businessman and everything like that. But this guy, if this guy sat down across from me talking about mergers and acquisitions, I'd be creeped the fuck out.
Yeah.
What are you doing here? You don't belong here and stuff like exactly what I was going for with Jack is that I like the idea of putting someone in a situation that, like you were just saying, he doesn't belong here. He doesn't belong in this room discussing this, this merger and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I don't like this, and it makes you uncomfortable. And that's what I was going for with Jack Mort is that I wanted someone that really makes people uncomfortable. Plus, let's be honest, if this guy walked in acting like Roland does in the gun store, wouldn't you just be like more on edge than if Matthew did?
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
You'd be like on edge if that guy walked in and was looking at you like that, like, I need bullets.
Yeah.
You're like, God, what the?
Yeah. And then did you read Mike's Tom Hopper?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, he's been in a lot.
Alan says Crispin Glover.
Oh, yeah. Later to be replaced by Michael J. Fox. Oh, that's great. I love that. And then Aaron has a really interesting one.
Okay.
Daniel Radcliffe is Jack Mort.
Harry Potter.
Yes,
absolutely.
I thought about putting a Harry Potter picture just to fuck with all you guys that are fans of that, because I know then you like seeing him as like an 8-year-old or whatever he is, and like
12.
Trying to picture him as being a freaking serial killer. But yeah, I think Radcliffe is kind of like Robert Pattinson. Like those are guys that have kind of took their money from their bigger things they did in their younger days, and they're now using it to just do fucking crazy ass independent shit and to great success. I can absolutely see this.
This dude can act.
Oh, yeah.
This dude's amazing and phenomenal and everything like that. And the fact that he's playing Weird Al is just proof of that.
Yeah.
Have you seen the trailer for that? Like him playing.
Yeah.
Dude, I thought it was Weird Al for real.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, they de-aged Weird Al. And it's like played by Daniel Radcliffe. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Yeah. Chris from Australia says Radcliffe would be a terrific as Mort. Go for it. And then OG Chris says, what if Harry Potter is Flag?
I'd be okay with him playing Flag.
Yeah, I think Radcliffe is one I could almost slide in any role, to be honest. Like, he's just that talented.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that it'd be interesting for sure. But then you always have to fight against the people that hold it against him. I still see people that will bitch about Robert Pattinson being Batman because of his previous franchise experiences.
Oh, we can't have a kid from Twilight. It's like,
yeah, but
he did phenomenal.
He did incredible. Just like the comedic actor that everyone bitched about in the 80s. You know, the Michael Keaton that everyone bitched about.
Well,
he's short. He's a comedic actor. Why would you pick him? I mean, there's no internet, but there was a little bit of an outrage.
Outcry. There was people calling and sending in letters and stuff like that. But also, furthermore, just to keep going with the Batman, Heath Ledger. I was one of them. I will say, when they cast Heath Ledger, I went, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. He can't act like that.
Yeah.
I was wrong.
Yeah.
And I'll admit it. That's the one where when I hear a casting and everyone's like, oh, that's the stupidest decision, I'm like, I'll wait till I see the movie because I learned my lesson from Heath Ledger.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know what? Most of the time, I'm not disappointed.
Yeah. So next up, and I'll go first, maybe not be my turn, but just to explain it here. So next one we have is Blaine the Mono.
Okay.
And we actually match for the most part. I have got Tim Curry
and
Mark Hamill.
Yeah.
As Little Blaine.
Little Blaine.
And I actually put a little picture of Mark Hamill, so little Mark for Little Blaine.
I thought about it.
And then you also put Tim Curry, so we matched there.
I thought about Mark Hamill as Little Blaine, but honestly, Tim Curry's so freaking talented. I want him to do both. I do.
Yeah. Oh, and I think he could too, for sure. Let's see.
Mike says for Blaine he wants Christian Bale. That's good.
Carol says Horns is a great movie. I think that's a Radcliffe movie. Mike says
yes.
Radcliffe is Flag. Ray Fiennes is Roland. That's an interesting one.
Ooh.
Ray Fiennes, because he doesn't play good characters very often. He's usually villainous people. Blaine is Christian Bale. I'm trying to think. I mean, as long as he doesn't do his Batman voice, I'm okay with it.
Where is she? Give me riddles.
And then Tim is Andy. OG Chris says Andy the robot. Tim Curry.
I think it would be really trippy if you had him do all three. Because Jake and Eddie would just be like.
For me, Andy's going to be Anthony Daniels.
Oh, okay.
That's got to be Andy. I know we don't have him on the list, but that's my Andy. And then
I'm John Connor. Alan put it in the chat.
Oh man. Let's see. And then Aaron has an interesting idea.
Okay.
Frank Muller. Just take the audiobook and do whatever you need to do, give it some reverb or whatever you need.
Yeah.
But then he says posthumously, obviously, and just the voice, obviously.
Oh.
That's an interesting, because, he's no longer with us.
Yeah. I thought about George Guidel for Oi. Alan says his John Connor thing, he put a little help me there. He's in the bat voice. So, I'm John Connor.
Yeah. Yeah.
That Terminator movie still bothers you, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. But no, that's an interesting pick to just do the Frank Muller from the books. That's interesting. I mean, and that would be kind of a cool thing. Now the moment that has been waited for here. I know OG Chris mentioned your favorite character here.
Yeah.
Ms. Rhea of the Coos. So why don't you go ahead and start?
You want me to yeah. Samantha Sloan?
I think probably Sloan, maybe.
Yeah.
Why might be.
She's the
Mrs. Carmody of Midnight Mass.
I
almost turned you off of Midnight Mass by alluding to there might be a character very similar to. And was I wrong? I don't know if we've even talked since you watched it. She is very Mrs. Carmody. But you almost were like, I'm not watching it then if there's a Mrs. Carmody. I'm like, never mind. I was just whatever.
Yeah.
But you had to watch it.
She is phenomenal at that, and I think she has the face to be like that, looking into the pink and having the pink resonate on her face.
Yeah.
And everything.
I think her role in Midnight Mass might be worse than Carmody, man.
Oh, no.
No. Because she just keeps
Carmody
going after everyone knows.
Wanting to sacrifice a child will never, ever.
She keeps it going after everyone understands. Like, no, she's the worst.
My wife watched it and the end where she
Yeah.
She was laughing at her.
Mike says Rhea is Selma Hayek.
Okay.
That's awesome. Oh, and then Alan also a little going back to Blaine says Sigourney Weaver.
Okay.
I could see that. I mean, Sigourney's a goddess. She can do whatever she wants.
Yeah.
And he says or Rhea. So could do that too. I mean, she's somehow in the new Avatar. Did a good job.
Yeah.
So, and then for me, I went Rebecca Ferguson.
Yeah.
Went the Mike Flanagan route.
Alumni. Yeah.
My only problem there is I don't know if I'm ready to just love and adore Rhea,
Yeah.
because my God, man, Rebecca Ferguson is the best.
Oh, Alan says Tilda Swinton.
Oh yeah, Tilda Swinton. That's a good
That's
pick.
a good one.
I think there's a lot of good picks for Rhea for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, for me, I went Rebecca Ferguson. I think that she's already proven that she can do I mean, both of us, obviously, we'd have to make up the fuck out of these actors.
Yeah.
But I figure if they can get a lady in her 40s to play Mother Abigail in the 90s, they can get, or 50s, I think. She wasn't that old. To play Mother Abigail, we can do the same thing with these actors here.
Chris asked, were you ready to love and adore Rose the Hat?
Oh, I would. Yes. I mean,
before going into the movie.
I didn't know.
Were you ready?
I don't know. I didn't know. That was the movie that made me just, oh my, she's got that charisma too. She just draws you in. Like, I would sign up for the True Knot. Yeah, take me. Rose? Yes. Yes. I would love to just spend the rest of eternity eating people with you.
God.
She's great, dude.
That's on film, Tad. Like, wow.
I mean, well, not eating like Hannibal Lecter eating.
Speaking of fans that go a little bit too far.
Dude,
I'm willing to eat people with you.
She does an incredible job. And she just has that. And I just can see her doing the sinister nature of Rhea.
She definitely can also play like the mad woman in the anger as well.
Oh yeah, that's what I thought about. Like the way she gets angry at the end,
Abra,
yeah,
and everything, and like,
and you could see
how
that
dare you kind of thing, and
Yeah.
everything. I could absolutely see her being like,
that,
I'm gonna curse her, you know, like very witchy, which is Rhea gives off those vibes.
Yeah, got a hashtag Tad is terrible from Chris from Australia. There.
Yeah, for eating people. Cannibalism is bad, Tad.
No, it's not really cannibalism. They're
It's
just they're just taking the life force.
It's cannibalism if you're eating something out of a human. You are a human. You're eating something out of a human. That is cannibalism. That is the definition of cannibalism. I only ate their fingers.
Is steam really part of them?
Yes.
So Aaron has Jessica Lange, and I'm not sure if I'm super familiar with her, but I did find
I know her.
Yeah, I feel like I know the name, but it didn't really jump out at me. Oh, the 1976 King Kong. Oh, and the Cape Fear in '91.
Tootsie.
Oh yeah, Tootsie. That's a classic. I love that movie. I actually don't think I own that one. That's one I every once in a while think about. I need to buy that, and I never do.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, she's kind of a legend. She's been in a lot. Yeah, even just some good ones there. I was going to say Sybil, but that's 2007, so that's not the Sybil I watched as a younger person. Yeah, definitely legendary actor here for
Absolutely.
sure. Titus.
Yeah,
she goes on and on. Definitely a lot of good. Yeah, very good. Good pick there. Rhea, isn't it fun to talk about Rhea?
Moving on,
especially because we never get a resolution on Rhea. We don't know. We know that Roland runs into her again, so we understand it probably doesn't go well for her, but we don't know. King has left that nugget floating out there. Bastard.
Moving on.
I wish I had a Rhea thing to push the button over here. Next up, we've got another one that surprisingly we matched on.
Really?
Yes, Eldred Jonas. You know my love for Charles Dance.
I do.
Charles Dance is both of our picks. He is my absolute favorite character in Game of Thrones. 100%. I think the show is the best when he was involved. Once he was gone, it went downhill. And number one, like no Jon Snow, no Daenerys, like Tywin Lannister is my absolute favorite character from the show, and it is 100% because of this man.
Yeah,
and I just think that the way he commands a room, I feel like that's Jonas.
That's Eldred.
Like he's the kind of guy that the entire vibe of the room changes when he walks in.
Yeah.
And that's the way Tywin is. I mean, there's times, in Game of Thrones when there's a king, the person that could literally have people beheaded that will like whatever say something, and there's like an argument, and people's first thing is to look at Charles Dance's character.
Yep.
Like not the king, they can have them all killed, but to this guy because he's the real.
And the thing is that
threat.
can be written that way, and the character can be like, "Yes, look to me," and everything like that. But he doesn't need to do that.
No, his is all silent.
He just does it. He has that presence and everything like that. Yeah. And that's the reason why I picked him for Eldred, is because I wanted someone who's formidable, who's someone who is conniving.
Think of the look he gave to like Tyrion and shit. Imagine that look when Roland says, "Who sent you west?"
Yeah, exactly. That is all I could think about is that scene with him and Roland.
Yeah,
but also like the one that really gets me is also how he treats his inferiors or his men.
Yeah,
is when he gets on the people that are supposed to be his underlings. You're talking about in front of everyone, in open court and stuff like that. Yeah. I'm thinking about in the back rooms where he puts his own children, who've had the run of things for seasons in Game of Thrones.
Yeah, when he puts Cersei in her place.
When he puts Cersei in her place, exactly.
But that's the point I wanted to get, like, a banner, and it's like Tywin's a god.
Tywin for president, or whatever. But for that, what I thought of is that scene where he makes Roy get down from his horse, and then he fucking decks him.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's like, you dumbass, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
all I can think about is Charles Dance doing that to someone, and I'm just like, I don't care who it is, he's gonna make that scene great.
Oh yeah, indeed. So very interesting though, because again, Milo, but I didn't even know he'd be on your list at all,
on my radar,
let alone on this role. So, dude, again, there was some excitement when I was putting this together when I finally saw your list and a couple places, and this is one that was probably my biggest surprise in a good way.
Mike says for Eldred Jonas, he wants Dave Bautista.
Okay, definitely formidable, and he's incredible, man. He's incredible.
Yeah.
They've been Ryan Johnson made some headlines by saying that he believes that Dave Bautista is the greatest wrestler turned actor ever.
I already think I think he is.
I've been saying that for a couple of years. Remember,
I saw him in the Bond movie,
Blade Runner. Yeah. Like I said that like I don't know 5, 6, 7 years ago because I was like, dude, the stuff he's done, he's going to be have more longevity than like The Rock. A lot of The Rock's movies are just disposable. Yeah. But like you get into Bond, Blade Runner, Marvel, like those are movies that 50 years from now people are going to be whatever. So yeah, he's incredible. That's a good pick. Chris from Australia says Tywin's interactions with Arya Stark as the Cup Boy were some of my favorite parts of the entire show. Agreed. He's just such a well-rounded character all around. Like just everything about it. This isn't the Tywin show, so I can't go too far. But yes, agreed. Says the mutual admiration and respect. Yeah. And then Aaron has a very good pick, but I had to grab a different picture for this one. Okay. He has Gary Oldman. And I couldn't put a priest Gary Oldman there as Eldred Jonas. But yeah, honestly, I almost thought the same thing. I actually think there was a point when I was like thinking like, yeah, Gary's going to be Eldred Jonas because Gary's always better as a villain.
Oh yeah.
Let's be honest. Stanfield in The Professional.
That's the one I was talking about earlier with him being Balazar.
Yeah.
But it fits the exact same mold here as Jonas. Is that where
like he'd be able to turn that look at Roy after that all happened and just give him a look that like. He's fucked. Like, maybe you don't even have to show the scene where he pulls him off, tells him to get off the horse and punches him, because the look alone, you're like, and then the next, like, maybe you don't even show that scene, but then the next time you see me, he has a black eye, and you just know he fucked him up, dude. So, Mike says Gary Oldman should be Gan.
Gary Oldman should just be everyone.
He should be everyone, indeed. In fact, in the Batman movies, they probably could have made him Joker and Commissioner Gordon at the same time, and nobody would have known. And he probably could have played a plant at Wayne Manor as well, just on all three roles.
The bars in prison.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yes. I mean, yeah, he's great. So can't complain there. Yeah. So now we're moving over to Mr. Enrico Balazar.
Yeah.
I don't know who's going first at this point. I've lost all track of such things.
I'll go first. Harvey Keitel.
Okay.
Is who I got.
Legendary badass.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I was struggling filling this role because my two previous ones that I had here, I ended up moving to different spots. Mark Hamill I mentioned, and then Gary Oldman also I was considering.
Okay.
But I looked up, I just Googled actors who seem like gangsters. That's literally what I Googled. And Harvey Keitel came up, and then I'm like, who the hell is Harvey Keitel? And I'm like, oh shit, he's the wolf in Pulp Fiction. I'm like, dude, yes.
Yeah, he was Buffalino in The Irishman recently.
Yeah, absolutely. Could see him sitting behind a desk, building a thing of cards.
Oh yeah,
And then an Irishman walks in and knocks it off and is all mouthy with him swearing and cussing. And he just slowly opens the drawer, pulls out a 357, and just plugs him and then says, "Bury him under where birds shit." That's what I picture with Balazar.
Yeah.
Is that scene with the Irishman. And that's what I want to see is, can he do that? Can this actor do that?
Yeah.
And that's why I was like, yeah, he can do that.
Yeah.
Because I've seen him be like the wolf. He's just like so cold and calculating. Just like, listen here, this is what we're going to do. Shut the hell up. Like takes charge. That's absolutely what Balazar would be like.
Yeah. Mike has Balazar as Michael Imperioli, which is Christopher Moltisanti from The Sopranos. That's a great pick. He's incredible. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine because he was so young in The Sopranos, but that was 20-something years ago. So
I would love to have Gandolfini here, but unfortunately he's passed away.
Yeah.
I love Gandolfini. I think he would make a fantastic Balazar.
Yeah, for sure.
Not to typecast or anything.
So for me, I went Tony Dalton. Another Better Call Saul. He came in a couple seasons in as another member of the Salamanca family. And I remember rolling my eyes and just going, God damn, dude, are they just going to keep inventing new Salamancas every freaking time they need a villain? Yeah. And then I ended up eating my words in the fact that outside of Gus Fring, I think he's the greatest villain in the Breaking Bad universe and just incredible. He's just got a charisma. And he can go from like he's smiling with his and everything up to his eyes, and then he'll just change. His smile won't change, but his eyes just go dead, and he's just.
You're like, oh shit.
Yeah, and I could see him having that. Just makes you unnerved when he's like doing that the cards and shit.
The card tower and everything.
Yeah. So yes, I Tony Dalton. I think he's incredible. You've seen him in Hawkeye. He was in Hawkeye. He was the one that was married to the chick's
stepdad?
mom. Yeah.
That everyone thought was bad.
Yeah, and I told you early on, he's not going to be bad because he was bad in Better Call Saul. That would be too obvious to make him bad here. He is being maligned unjustly.
He was a great guy.
He was great because he has that charisma and stuff, and it just, I could see that, and like, there's times he even smiles too, but you could just see it in his eyes where it's just like, that's not a smile, man.
You're like,
uh-oh. Yeah, and I could just see that perfect.
That's a lion smiling at me right now.
Exactly, because he sees the prey, and that's Balazar to me.
Yeah.
Love
Carol
that.
says David Tennant is Balazar. David Tennant is anyone. Mort would be good too.
Oh yeah.
David Tennant is.
I actually almost picked him. He didn't end up on my list, but I almost picked him, and I think I was in this realm with him too.
Yeah.
Because like just how sinister he is, like Jessica Jones, like
he's bad.
Yeah, he's just creepy as hell.
Yeah.
So that's a good one. Yeah. So we got let's see, Balazar. Aaron has another interesting take.
Okay.
Robert Patrick, which is T1000.
T1000,
obviously. You know what? I found whilst looking for a picture.
Mm-hmm.
He is the only actor in history to be killed by Arnold Schwarzenegger, Bruce Willis, and Sylvester Stallone.
All three.
Yeah, he was in Die Hard 2. I had no fucking idea.
All right, that's the one. That's the one I don't watch.
Because I was like, I mean, I know Terminator obviously, but like then I was reading through it. I think I don't remember the Stallone movie. It was in like the late 90s.
Yeah.
But yeah, just one of those fun little nuggets of the only guy to be killed by the three action heroes of the 80s and 90s.
Yeah. Alan says Robert De Niro for Balazar. Robert De Niro or Al Pacino both could.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah,
absolutely.
for sure. But yeah, Robert Patrick's a good one. He'll always be T1000 to me, but he's done other roles that are incredible. He did a good little turn in The Sopranos.
That's right, Mike. He Die Hard 2 is the one at the Snowden airport. That's correct.
Yes, yeah. But yeah, Robert Patrick's in that. Next time I watch it, I'll have to be more observant because I missed him. But he would have been younger, I think, in Die Hard 2 than he would have been in Terminator.
Yes.
So yeah, I just didn't recognize him. Like,
yeah, or
maybe I glanced like, oh, he kind of looks like Robert Patrick, and then just went on from there. So
well, also because they're in the snow, they're like bundled up and stuff like that. Because a lot of it takes place outdoors.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a good one. And now going over to Jack Andolini.
Yeah,
let's see. I'll start because I think mine might be a little bit controversial. Because I don't think he has the physical presence that Jack's played off as, but I think he has the sinister nature as John Turturro.
Yeah.
I know that some people might think, oh, no, he'd be a better Balazar, but there's just something about the fact that he isn't as physically imposing, but then you make him as feared as Andolini is.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where you're like, why is he so feared? Like, he shouldn't be. you know, like and nothing like because yours probably matches more what the book is, but there's just
Mike just put in the chat Jack Andolini, Tom Hardy, but no mask, which is not allowed.
Yeah, apparently that's not allowed, or
has
something
to have a
to
mask.
something to obstruct his fucking vocals in some way. Yeah, there's just something about Totoro that he just like you just saw him recently in the Batman. And again, I think that Balazar would probably be a more obvious pick, but there's something about it that I like. You know, especially because like with the way I've got Tony Dalton, he's probably a little bit bigger, more like it almost feels like they're reversed. But I think to me that's more interesting. There's something about that's interesting.
Okay.
And just seeing like Totoro just like fucking ice someone in some way that's just whatever would be
Like he just pulls out an ice pick and just suddenly starts stabbing someone.
yeah, just and it's just like holy fuck, like okay, I get it type thing. But yeah, you can go ahead now. I just wanted to do mine because I feel like you would have like stopped in the middle of yours. I'm like, what the fuck? Who did you pick?
Batista is a great henchman. Like we already talked about him with
He's got the physically imposing.
the physically
nature.
imposing as well that Andolini is described as having in the book and everything.
You know what I do to him?
He can easily overpower Eddie.
You know what I do with him is Colin Farrell him with makeup.
Yeah.
To give him kind of that bulldoggy face.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And he's menacing, like, even that picture there, I'm sorry, but he looks like he wants to kick my ass.
Yeah, I try to find a gangster picture.
He just wants to, it looks like he just wants to beat the living shit out of me. And I wanted to go with someone a little bit younger. I know you went with John, who's a little bit older.
Yeah.
I wanted to go with someone who's a little bit younger. He's been with Balazar for a while, but I wanted someone who still is in his physical kind of prime, so that when he's sitting behind the wheel and he's just like, get in, you're going to be like,
yeah.
Where are we going,
Yeah,
sir?
yeah. I have no choice, so sure, I'll get in.
There's different ways of being that intimidating factor, and you're absolutely right that John can pull it off with the I want you to get in, and you're going to do it, or else. But Batista is just, and we were talking about it earlier, he is killing everything that
he's
he
doing.
does.
Yeah.
I keep seeing stuff for Glass
Dude,
Onion, and
have
I
you
still
seen
haven't.
Glass Onion?
I still have not
Dude,
watched it yet.
Please watch it. It is
He
so
is,
fucking good.
He is reportedly he's the best part of it. Is what everyone is saying.
Great. Oh, well, Edward Norton. It may be one of his
he?
best roles he's ever done, and he's
Really?
done some good ones, obviously. But
he, for me, Batista just screams Jack Andolini, and then also let's be perfectly honest, how great would this be to see him get torn apart by monstrosities?
That's what Carol says. Batista getting bested after going through the portal would be epic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Because also, how dangerous is he, too?
Oh, yeah.
Like, how much, like, he's even, you've cast him in a way that he's more dangerous than he probably is in the book.
Yeah.
You know, and that, just, he's going to, if it comes down to that knockout, drag out fight, good luck if you're against him.
Yeah. Did a chick, did a chum?
And then Chris says, OG Chris says, the central casting of Severance is the Coffin Hunters. I actually haven't seen Severance. I think that's an Apple. I need to re-subscribe to Apple.
We got 6 months free with our cell phone provider. I told you about that.
Yeah,
you need to hit that up. I think it goes until the 3rd of January, so you need to.
Yeah, I need to. There's a lot on Apple. I don't know why that's one of the few streaming services I don't subscribe to, but I need to because they've got a lot of good shit.
I mean, Ted Lasso.
Yeah. So Aaron has one that probably is the most what I pictured in my head, and it's Daniel Stewart Sherman. I'm not sure what he's in, but
Holy shit.
is an imposing person. He's a brute, for sure. Just looking at him, he's a big guy. He would definitely be that. I don't know. He feels the most probably Andolini. I think both of us went a little bit off, out of the pocket a bit with our Andolini picks in different ways. But I think his is just right down the middle of what Andolini.
If you Google Jack Andolini, this is the guy that should be there. Yeah,
exactly. Chris from Australia says you should give Severance a try. It's quite fantastic. And you know what the thing is? That's why I need to do Apple Plus, because I have not heard a single show on Apple TV Plus that is not incredible. Every single one is like fucking renowned as some of the best shows out there right now.
Yeah.
So it's like top to bottom, like makes all the others look like jokes in some ways in terms of like hitting percentage, you know? So I definitely need to for sure. Let's see. And then
Andolini is of Double Ugly. Yeah,
old Double Ugly.
That's what you were saying about Batista, is give him that like bulldoggy look.
Make him up a little bit.
Yeah.
So next up we've got Dandelo, which what a fun character. I think I've already talked about this on the show. I went Bill Skarsgård
Yeah.
I know some people might kind of roll your eyes at that a little bit because it's Pennywise.
Yeah.
But
That's
again,
the cross between
that's-
Kingverse.
That's exactly. I mean, and they played him in. He has the role in Castle Rock. So you've had him as some sort of creature in two King things now. So
Yeah.
why not
Just keep it going.
And also, Barbarian was fucking incredible, by the way.
Was it?
And I love it because there's a whole line where because the whole premise is like it's a Airbnb, but she
it's
gets there and
double
he's
booked.
there, and he's just like, you could share, like, I'm not a monster, and like, dude, everyone laughs in the theater, and the director was like, I didn't write that to be funny, but I guess it makes sense. Like,
Yeah. What has he played?
yeah, he's Pennywise, for God's sake. Of course he's a monster.
Dandelo for Mike M in the chat says Bill
Burr.
Burr.
I mean, that would make me laugh
Yeah.
pretty hysterically. So
You'd be dead.
but yeah, so for me, I went Bill. I think I've talked about that before. That's why I jumped in to just say that because, yeah, I think I've said it multiple times. That's probably not a surprise to anyone.
I went with Mr. Paul Bettany, Vision in the MCU.
Yeah.
But also he plays a role that stuck with me. Do you remember the Da Vinci Code?
Oh, yeah, he was the fucking...
Creep.
Yeah. Dude that was
Which-
whipping himself and whatnot. Yeah.
Is kind of what you're expecting from Dandelo, is this happy-go-lucky dude. I mean, look at the picture you chose for Bettany and look at the picture you chose for Skarsgård.
Yeah.
But go look at Bettany in
Ye-
the guy who flays himself in Da Vinci Code, and that's what you would get from Dandelo when he's
For
flipping
sure.
the switch.
The reason I picked the picture I did is more the outfit for mine.
Yeah.
Because if he's doing the stand-up comedian thing, I just felt like it would be like old school classics.
Where the tux
And it would be like
get
the
up
tux
there
and stuff,
and,
yeah.
and tell your jokes.
Exactly. Bill Hader, that's another
Bill
Chris from
Hader
Australia.
is phenomenal.
I think that would be a good pick. Alan Tudyk
yeah.
was mentioned as well by Alan. Could pull this one off too.
Alan Tudyk can play anything. He plays a fucking chicken in Moana.
What?
He plays a fucking chicken.
Is it more ridiculous than Vin Diesel saying one line?
Yes.
Okay.
He clucks.
Carol says to Chris from Australia, absolutely. Hopefully, they talk about Severance there. I'm not going to jump into that. If there's a second season, I'll wait till the second season's getting closer before I dive in.
Mike says, hey, that's the name of the chicken that he plays in Moana. They cast him to play a chicken. The dude can do anything. He very well could be Gary Oldman's son, and we don't know it.
Yeah.
He can play anything.
And Alan says he clucks with great vigor.
He does. Dude, you just need to look up Alan Tudyk Moana and just go watch all the scenes with him.
Yeah, yeah. So Aaron had a similar thought to me, but not exactly. He has Walter Skarsgård. And then
Oh,
in
the other
parentheses,
Skarsgård.
one of the other. There's like
Yeah, there's like a billion of
there's like
them.
8 of them.
Yeah.
And that's not counting Dad. But he says, and then parentheses, please pick a Skarsgård to play Dandelion. So, well, I got you covered at least. But I'm not familiar with Walter, but I mean, I think Stellan just has incredible actors as children, so that will be fine. That'll work out. Now, next up, we have Stephen Deshane.
Mm-hmm.
So as hard as it was for me not to pick Kurt Russell, I didn't pick Kurt Russell because he's in his 70s now, and I don't know if he could pull off a dad of a 18-year-old kid.
Yeah.
So I wanted to, though, man.
I know.
It's Wyatt Earp, for God's sake. But go ahead.
Carol asked real fast, how old should Dandelo be? I think Dandelo can be any age.
Yeah, I don't know if age is
I
even really...
almost, by the way, just for Dandelo, I just want to throw it out there. I almost did Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Oh, I could see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost. But when I hit Paul Bettany, I just remembered that stuff from the Da Vinci Code, and
Da
I'm
Vinci
like,
Code,
okay, he can do both.
He was in that Heath Ledger movie, too. The Night movie.
Knight's Tale.
Jousting or whatever.
Yeah, so was
Yeah.
Alan Tudyk.
I don't remember much of that
exactly.
movie.
The
but-
dude is in fucking everything. The dude can play anything. He played a horse in that movie. No, I'm just kidding.
yeah. So what do you got for Mr. Stephen Deshane?
Bond. James Bond.
I did find a cowboy picture, too.
Daniel Craig is great. He's also to the age now where look at him. Take that alien tech off of his wrist, because this is from Cowboys versus Cowboys versus Aliens?
Something like that.
Cowboys and Aliens or something
Him
like
and
that.
Harrison Ford.
Yeah. And, dude, that's...
Harrison Ford and James Bond. What is
That's
that?
Steven. Like, both of these pictures here, and I love Josh Brolin as well. This is a great pick for you, Tad. Both of these just scream Stephen Deshane. But Daniel Craig has those piercing blue eyes that could be passed on to his son.
Yeah.
That's like the thing for me with Daniel Craig is I'm like, ooh, yeah. I saw someone. I did actors in their middle-aged actors is what I did, and someone Daniel said Daniel Craig should play Roland Deschain. It's like recognized my searches that I had been doing. And it's like Daniel Craig should play Roland. I'm like, no, he's way too old. Or is he? Like I paused for a moment.
I think
for a moment
because I think Roland. You could put Roland in anywhere between 30 and 60. I think.
I'm like, no, that.
As long as they're a young looking 60, I don't think. It depends. But so for me, I went Josh Brolin.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got a picture. Apparently, they've got this sci-fi-ish Western show on Amazon with him. Can't remember what it's called, but there's people that are debating whether like it's whether it or Yellowstone are better Westernish shows on TV right now. And the fact that people are having that debate makes me want to watch it. And it's Josh Brolin. But here's my thought process on Mr. Brolin. Not only does he just look the part,
out of range.
Yeah, out of range. Think of Brolin's voice. Think of the whorehouse scene.
Mm-hmm.
And Brolin's fucking deep, gravelly voice, or even the deep, gravelly voice I've known for, 2 years or something like that?
For 2 years.
Just him saying those lines, and then also have him record some lines so that later on when Roland hears Dad's voice in his head, it's Brolin's voice. Just fucking incredible, man. Yeah, that's my pick is Mr. Josh Brolin. Aaron does not have a Stephen Deschain, so we will...
Mike says he's an emotionalist vampire talking about Dandelo. He's ageless. Doesn't he get younger as Susanna is in the bathroom? I think he actually does start getting younger even before Susanna leaves because he's sucking off of both of their their souls and or whatever their ka. And when she leaves, he actually gets upset, and she can see that he's not like as achy and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You know another one? Mark Hamill.
He absolutely
as Dandelo.
Absolutely could.
So now we're going to Court. Mr. Court Andrus. I have got Anthony Michael Hall, and I grabbed a picture from Halloween Kills there. Feel like, and he's even got the bat over his shoulder. Can you just see that being the staff? He's kind of got that portlier look, and he just plays a hard ass. I mean, who would have known back when he was doing Breakfast Club that he'd turn into what he turned into?
Yeah.
But his turn as Tommy Doyle in Halloween Kills is one of my main inspirations for casting him as Mr. Court. As hard as it was to not put Ray Winston, I feel like since I put that every other time we've talked about this, I held Winston off. Even though Winston could still pull the role off. He could still do the role.
I went the same train of thought. I'm like, I can't do Winston again. I got to do someone different. Carol does say that she thinks Dave Chappelle could pull off a good Dandelo. And then Mike M says Court could be Russell Crowe.
Yeah,
I can see that. I went with Michael Rooker. Yondu. He's also in The Walking Dead.
And he was... What was he in the Dark Tower that we never saw? Wasn't he... Fuck.
Right.
He was Jonas.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I honestly did.
Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer. He's in that. He's in Tombstone.
He's in a ton of stuff, but he's phenomenal, and he's also that kind of... Could you just imagine him in that voice being like, maggot, condescending and shit like that towards Roland.
Roland. I definitely could see that. That's a good pick for sure. Aaron has Ron Perlman.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Just look at him.
Yeah.
Has he not got one of the most distinct looks in all of Hollywood? Like, just.
Good voice, too.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure.
The
but like,
stuff, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like if you went through even through the entire pantheon of the 100+ years of Hollywood, I think there's maybe 5 guys that are in the same realm as him in terms of just absolute look being just so iconic. And that's all Aaron has. He has a bunch of extras, but he doesn't have the rest of what we've got here. So we'll have some extra stuff from him, but it's you and I here for the rest of our list.
Okay.
And then Alan says Ron Perlman. Woot, yes. He's great. I don't know if he's really done a whole lot of bad, Mr. Perlman.
No.
So now we're moving over to Allie. What do you got for Allie?
So for Allie, I picked alumni Kate Siegel.
Okay.
Which is the main from Midnight Mass.
Yeah, Flanagan's wife.
Yeah.
She's.
Oh, is that? That's the wife. Okay.
As well as Theo from Hamilton of Hill House. See, it's been a couple weeks now. It's starting to fade from my memory of which kid is which. I think it's Theo, the one that can touch and see things.
I think she's fantastic. I pulled from Midnight Mass is where I pulled from. And I could see her definitely playing. I mean, she played it kind of in Midnight Mass, the kind of like the scarred a little bit. Like, I could see her having the wicked scar and being like, "Don't look at me," kind of thing. You know, like turn the lights out, kind of lady and everything. And I absolutely could see her playing Allie, as well as imagine her being pulled out in front of Tull, and she's like, "I said the number. I said it." Rolling, you know, like going crazy. She could kind of play like that crazy side of it as well.
Yeah.
So that's why I picked her. In the chat, we got Mike M says Allie, Rebecca Ferguson, Rose the Hat.
Indeed.
And then Carol says Ron Perlman is Court, winner, chicken dinner.
And then my Allie is Toni Collette. Just legend. I mean, she still should have got an Oscar for Hereditary. No actor played a better role than she did that year. And I'll still stand by that. Incredible. And she's another one where I was like, God, I'd love to see her in a Knives Out. Oh, God, she was in the first one.
Yeah.
There's just a few of these where I'm just like, good, Michael Shannon, Toni Collette, they'd be great in a Knives Out movie. They should be in the third one.
Already been in one.
Fuck, they were both the first one.
Yeah.
Both of them I had those thoughts. Because, like, now that's the thing is, like, what is the next, Glass Onion, Knives Out? What's the next one going to be? And the thing is now is, like, what cast do you put in there? And,
exactly.
Toni Collette, though, she's fucking incredible. Very few people that do. And just a short work too for Allie. That's not a huge role or anything, so I think you might be able to potentially lure her into something like this versus like a huge commitment of seasons and seasons. Next up we have Nort, and I have Henry Thomas, the Flanagan alum, Elliot from E.T., and I found the most disheveled picture I could find of him as Nort. I just feel like some of the Flanagan stuff's going to have to show up early. I don't know if he's going to hold out for Planet Jaffords or something with some of these, and I just feel like, let's get Henry Thomas in there, play Nort, and he can move on.
Yeah, Mike M says Nort should be Clint Howard.
Yeah,
I'm not familiar with Clint Howard. Let me look him up real fast.
That's not a Ron Howard kid, is it?
I don't know.
Oh, I know. I know who that guy is. Oh, he's one of that guys for sure.
Yes, he is. Okay. For me, I did Will Patton, Stephen King alumni for audiobooks. Might as well get him in here for a Dark Tower,
I thought about Will for a couple of roles.
This is the one where, I just spaced on his name. The other alumni, Robert Longstreet. This is where I was going to put him, and then I already have Will Patton there.
Yeah.
Because Will Patton came to me with he was in Yellowstone, and I was just kind of going through like the shows that I've watched recently, trying to think of like which actors would fit. Would Costner fit any role? No, not really.
Yeah.
And then I came across Will Patton, and I'm like, God, he has such a good voice. And then I'm like, imagine that voice with like the black, from chewing the weed and everything like that, and him just being like.
And also, it is Ron Howard's brother.
It is Ron Howard's brother. Okay. So I like Will Patton as Nort. Little small role and everything like that for Will.
Yeah.
I also considered Will for Callahan as well.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, I figured you'd have him on there. I didn't have him on my list. Yeah. I thought about him for a few roles, but there was just some that just couldn't make it. And
I love Will Patton too.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, for sure.
Was he in The Outsider? I want to say that he was in The Outsider, but now I'm not.
No, I don't
now
think
I'm like,
so. He read The Outsider.
That's what it is. He read The Outsider. Okay.
Yeah, because he's there. We have not had a Holly Gibney story without Will Patton yet.
Yeah,
everything, including the short story or novella, was Will Patton. Thank God.
Clint Howard from Waterboy. I am not what you would call a handsome man.
Next up, we have, and actually, until this moment, I didn't know that was Ron Howard's brother. I don't know if I've ever known his name before, but he's one of those guys. He's the radar guy in the Austin Powers movies. Sir, you're gonna want to see this.
Oh yeah.
In some ways, the big boy never left.
Yeah.
He's always offered great price. Shut up. Sorry, I love those movies. Next up, we're moving to Sheb, and both of us have Flanagan alum here. This is my Robert Longstreet.
Yeah.
He'd show up somewhere.
I did the same thing with you. Is that Henry Thomas is going to be there early?
Yeah.
I almost was thinking about Nort, but I'm like, oh no, dude, he'd be a good Sheb, like the piano player, and everything like that. He doesn't look as like sinister.
Yeah.
So that's why I went with someone. And then I was like, yeah, Henry Thomas would be a good Sheb.
And I did get you a different picture, so yours wasn't all beat up like
Yeah,
mine.
thank you. I appreciate that.
And I just feel like Robert Longstreet. Couldn't you just see him being the guy in the background playing the piano and stuff? Like,
And then also bursting in and being like, she was mine.
yeah,
You know, like,
yeah. I totally just works right.
Yeah.
Now, last for the main list that we tweeted out, we have Shimi Ruiz, and yours is an interesting pick.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Andy Serkis.
Okay.
I don't think that he necessarily needs to be a boy. He's mentally handicapped. Make him a little bit older. Maybe not this old. I was thinking maybe we could do a little bit of de-aging. You do some makeup and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Also, it's Andy Serkis. Throw him in a mocap suit and make him a freaking golem-looking motherfucker, and there we go. But the reason why I chose Andy Serkis is because I thought of Blue Haven Shimi.
Yeah. Mm.
I didn't think about. I didn't think of Traveler's Rest Shimi.
Okay.
I thought of later Shimi, and I thought about the importance of that later on. How important is he going to be to it? Honestly, we could have two different actors play Shimi.
Mm-hmm.
So we cast yours as the young one, and then Andy Serkis as the old one. But I think Andy Serkis, the dude's so versatile that he could play a younger version of himself in a mocap suit. Like, he really could.
Yeah.
But also, if you wanted to make him like disfigured on top of the mentally handicapped, Serkis is the one for it. And I was just thinking, like, how great would he be in that scene that you were talking about earlier?
Yeah.
Where he's like, hey, come
yeah.
here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know you, Shimi. And it's like, what? That moment for everyone. And then it's like, oh, it's him.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
Because if you use the technology right with Andy Serkis, literally the dude can play anything. He can be anything. He's played Caesar. He's played Golem. And then he's, what's his name in?
Is it Alfred? In the new
he's
Batman?
Alfred in the new Batman. And then also he's the Claw in the MCU.
Mm-hmm.
The dude is so versatile. Like, we gave him shit, I remember, for Lord of the Rings and everything
and
like that.
he's got
played Snoke.
he's got a different role in Andor, so he's been in 2 Star Wars things as different characters.
And that's what I'm saying, is like, he could pull it off to be a younger version of Shimi. And that's why I went for the older Shimi. Is the big thing is that I was focusing on, is I felt like that might be a little bit more important than the younger one.
Yeah.
As important, Shimi has a minor importance to helping out Susan and everything like that. But man, that older Shimi really resonates with me for some reason, and I wanted someone to play that, and that's what I was casting.
Yeah. So I'd have to recast for an older one because I've got Zola Marduena. I don't know how you say his last name exactly, but he's most known for Cobra Kai.
Oh,
he's the main kid in Cobra Kai.
Yeah.
He's incredible in that. He's done incredible work there, and I think he could be a great Shimi Ruiz for sure.
Mike says Shimi Ruiz should be Aaron Paul.
Yeah, it's an interesting role for sure to cast. So now we've got, you and I both did a bonus one, just unprompted, but we ended up doing the exact same character.
You gave me the list, and
Gave
you
you-
said,
gave a list of
because
25.
I don't have the Dark Tower Twitter because I want to avoid as many spoilers as possible for stuff like Mike Flanagan's news and everything like that. But you sent me the list, and you're like, hey, here's the 25. If you want to do any bonus ones, just put them at the bottom. Let me know, and everything like that. And I did one.
And I also did only one, and it happened to be the exact same character.
So
I probably should have had her on the list, to be honest. That was probably my mistake to not have her on there. She's too important to not be on here. She's way more important than some other ones we have on here. So that's my apologies that she wasn't on the list, but it's Gabrielle Deschain.
Yep.
So yeah, I'll just start. Mine is Kate Siegel. That's where I put.
It's a perfect casting.
I feel like, and I even grabbed a picture of her that I felt that would reflect potentially what she might look like at like a ball. You know, something like that. So yeah, that's my pick. It looks like you also have a Flanagan.
I do have a Flanagan alumni. Carla Gugino, I think is how you pronounce it.
Yeah, that's Mom from Hill House.
The mom from Hill House, which I think would be perfect for Gabrielle.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Like,
that's a good pick.
I think that she, like, coming with the belt or being in Flag's apartment, like,
see her slowly dying. She's been shot.
Yeah.
Just in both cases.
Absolutely.
I think
you see it with Kate in Midnight Mass and everything like that. It's like we've seen that kind of thing with her, but also with Carla, like the trauma and stuff like that, and stuff that goes wrong and everything. Like, she's phenomenal.
Her turn in Hill House is insane. So now I'm just going to speed through the extras that Aaron had. He has some interesting ones. He has Oi, which some people gave me some heat on Twitter for not putting Oi on there, but I'm like, it's just a voice. I mean, but apparently, look at Vin Diesel and stuff. But he has Frank Welker, and he says the man will know what to do. A very legendary voice actor. I found a picture that shows many of his characters that he's done. So he's one of those. There's like 25 voice actors that basically do like 99% of real voice work, and he's one of those. Yeah. So he has Jamie DeCurry. He put his Igby Rigney, so my Eddie Dean.
Okay.
So yeah, I think he's in that age where you could easily age him down a little bit, not technologically, but I think you could make him look younger. Just
there
like
are things you could do to make 20-year-olds look like 17-year-olds.
Exactly. So that's good. Ted Brodigan, he says Anthony Hopkins, please, in parentheses.
Oh yeah,
I think you have to, right? I mean, if you can. It seems like he was one of those ones that like, oh, I retired, but then he does other movies, so who knows?
It's like, hey, wait a minute.
He's always going to be Hannibal Lecter to me, though. He'll eat my face.
Yeah.
Sorry I'm speeding, so you guys can throw them in the chat if you guys have any of these two for bonus, like Mike just did. Ted Brodigan, Patrick Stewart.
That's a good one.
I mean, he can do anything.
Sir Patrick Stewart.
He's Captain Picard, for God's sake. The only man that could be a Frenchman with a British accent, and it's okay.
Yeah.
It's Patrick Stewart. Next up, speaking of Patricks, we got Patrick Danville. He's got R.J. Mitty, which is Walter White's son from Breaking Bad.
Okay.
So that's a good one. And he is a very good actor. I think he actually has the disease that the character has, but nowhere near as extreme. He doesn't need crutches and stuff.
Yeah.
That was all part of Breaking Bad. A lot of people are shocked to learn that. So I've tried to find a picture that was, which somewhat reflect that it's not, he doesn't need the crutches. Next, he's got Aunt Talitha, and he's got Tippi Hedren. Just Hollywood legend. I mean, going back to the 60s and stuff, very legendary actor there. Van A. He's got Jim Carrey.
Okay.
That's an interesting one. Van A, I always picture being more lean and like narrow, so that's a good pick in terms of Jim Carrey. Next up,
Mike says Stephen King, played by Joe Hill.
That's, as a matter of fact, the next slide.
Hey, Mike, you're psychic.
Stephen King. Aaron also has Stephen King as Joe Hill. And dude, look at this picture and tell me that that's not Stephen King.
It is. Mike says Gasher, played by Sean Gunn. TikTok man, The Rock. Technically, he wouldn't agree to the role. His contract states he can never lose a fight.
No shit.
I've literally been talking to my wife about that because
and Vin Diesel too.
Yeah,
they both have people on the Fast and Furious movies that their whole purpose is to make sure that both those guys don't look weak.
Yeah,
and that's another argument I heard for Batista, where it's like he doesn't have that.
No.
He can be made a fool in the movies if he needs to, and that's what makes him a better actor.
He plays the comic relief in Guardians of the Galaxy most of the time, but also he's in a complete badass with Drax the Destroyer.
Yeah.
But then in the Bond movie, he plays a bad guy that gets killed.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
pretty nastily too with that train. That's a good one. Then he's got John Cullum. He's got Mark Macaulay. I'm not sure if I'm super familiar with him, but I could see that being a John Cullum.
That's one of those I know you guys.
Yeah, but you know the funny thing is he always plays guys like this. I could not find anything with him that was a decent sized picture with like Cullum clothes. Like I couldn't find him in like a flannel shirt no. Everything he's got is like fucking suits and uniforms. So that was a tough one.
Bobby Singer.
What's that?
Bobby Singer for John Cullum.
Okay, let's see. Mike's listing some off too. Andy the Messenger Robot, Bradley Cooper. Let's see.
I have a Word document I've been working on for 2 weeks.
Moses Carver, Wendell Pierce. Oh, that's a good one. I love Wendell Pierce. Amazon's Jack Reacher, but he's also in The Wire. John Cullum, Mel Gibson. The Crimson King's got Jamie Sheridan, just because it'd really throw people through a loop. But going back to Aaron, he also has Moses Carver. He has Ernie Hudson.
Okay.
From Ghostbusters fame.
Yes. Hell yes.
And speaking of Jamie Sheridan, he also has Jamie Sheridan as John Farson. That would be funny.
Oh, okay.
Cast another flag as John Farson. And then he's got Crimson King. He's got Christopher Lloyd. Great Scott. Can you
Marty.
I'm sorry, I will never change this. He is always going to be the Saw guy to me, the Crimson King. There's that one animation of the Crimson King, and what's the guy's name? That's the main killer in Saw.
Jigsaw.
Yeah, do you know the actor's name?
I don't.
You know who I'm talking about, though. He is always going to be the Crimson King because there's that one animation that looks just like him. Just makeup him up, and he is a perfect fucking Crimson King. Mike has Cordelia Delgado as Lena Headey. That's a great pick. Sylvia Pittston, Gwendolyn Christie. That's also a great pick. Cameo.
Tobin Bell.
Tobin Bell, that's it. I knew his name. It's an easy name. And then he also says cameo, one of the old father vampires, the Dixie Pig, Stephen King. He could definitely get away with that. I didn't put King in, but I probably should think of somewhere to put him.
I should have thought of King. You know who King should be? He should be the cab driver who almost runs over. Oi, you almost hit my friend. And then he gets out and be all pissy.
Wouldn't that be
with Jake.
cathartic to see Jake dress down Stephen King?
Exactly. After all the shit he put him through.
Exactly. It's like, you are going to kill my dog here pretty soon.
And then he pulls a gun and points it in his face.
Next up, we've got Roy DePape. He's got Oliver Jackson Cohen, which is Luke, the adult Luke from Hill House.
Yeah.
So that's a good...
Dude looks like Tobey Maguire's brother.
good Flanagan
Doesn't
call.
he?
Then he has a...
Not Tobey Maguire. I'm thinking... Yeah.
I don't see it.
Mysterio.
Jake Gyllenhaal?
Yeah, Jake Gyllenhaal's brother, not Tobey
Dude,
Maguire.
I had Jake on my list as Mort.
Did you really?
That was on my list, but I had to pull it. But dude, Jake Gyllenhaal would be
No, he
killer.
looks like Jake Gyllenhaal's brother.
Okay, I could see that more. Toby Maguire.
Not Tobey Maguire. Jake Gyllenhaal.
I was like, you're getting punchy. That doesn't look like him at all.
Well, I mean, we've been going for almost 4 hours.
That's true.
So.
Carol says, I like your Crimson King idea. Fan service at its finest. And then next, he's got Clay Reynolds, Rule Coley, which I'm actually heartbroken I didn't find into my list somewhere. He is the sheriff from Midnight Mass.
Dude,
honestly, he might be a Roland for me.
I was about to say the same thing. I'm like, dude, I'd love to see him as Roland.
Yeah, and he's been tweeting some stuff, like hyping up Flanagan in the Dark Tower.
He's so freaking cool.
He was the MVP for Midnight Mass for me.
There
was a lot of great. Well, him and the Monsignor, the young guy,
the
preacher,
the young preacher that comes back.
Like those two. Oh my god, dude, they both fucking blew my mind with those roles.
Yeah.
Then he's got Coral Thorin, Leslie Ann Warren. You can definitely see that. I feel like that almost looks like Coral in my mind. Cordelia Delgado, Elizabeth Reiser, which is Shirley from Hill House.
Okay.
Adult Shirley, obviously. Mia, he's got Karen Gillian. So, which I don't know if I've ever seen her before.
Yeah,
seen
beautiful.
her. Yeah, seen her because she's so make-upped up in the MCU. I couldn't have picked her out of a crowd. I wouldn't have known. I was like,
she's in the new Jumanji movies, right?
I haven't seen those. I need to watch them. I've heard they're good. And then he's got Finley Ortega, Doug Jones. He's kind of one of that guys for sure.
Oh yeah.
Then he's got TikTok man, Christopher Maloney.
Law and Order SVU. No.
Yeah. It looks like I missed a slide. I did miss a slide. Sorry about that. But
Christopher Maloney is
pulled a fucking picture for him too. I don't know what happened there.
Stabler from Law and Order SVU.
Yeah, and dude, that dude's fucking jacked, dude.
He is. He's so buff.
He's jacked. I found
what role was he? I'm sorry.
TikTok man.
TikTok.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Then he's got Andy, which is on the screen now. Andy the Messenger Robot, and many other functions. Griffin Newman, which is just a voice.
Okay.
And then he's got the last one here. I think you might like Pimley Prentice, which I know you don't like.
Yeah.
Wayne Knight. You know him from Third Rock from the Sun. Most people know him as Newman from Seinfeld or Jurassic Park. But that's a cool pick, man. I think he could be that little shithead that fucking kills Eddie. Anything else I missed in the chat? You're getting all pissed here. So Cordelia got Cordelia. Let's see. I like. I guess I'm caught up here on tangents.
Yeah.
So that's it. And I'm actually going to call an audible and say we're going to save the emails for next episode. We have some emails that are reactions to like the Flanagan news and stuff, some cool stuff. But yeah, I didn't know this episode would go this long, which is fine. That's the call. I figured the call-in shows are going to potentially be like a little bit more chaotic. And we had a lot. We probably should have cut the Dreamcasting up into like major characters and minor characters like we did before. But what I did find though that the minor characters episode was a little bit rough last time because we weren't talking about all the big characters.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but ended up long, whatever. But yeah, I do have one other last surprise though. I'm actually going to play it on the very tail end though, because it's the most fitting.
Okay.
So let's let's hit the
I don't even know what
closing.
he's talking about, guys. He hasn't told me anything.
No,
So,
but
the surprise is.
I'll do the closing announcement. It's something I'm proud of. I threw it together. If Alan's still here, he may judge me a little bit because I'm nowhere near as talented as he is when it comes to audio stuff. But I cobbled something together that I want to share, but it has to be the last thing. So let's do the outro stuff. First of all, if you want to subscribe to us on any podcasting service of your choice, you could do that. You could stream us on Spotify or Stitcher or Audible or all kinds of places now. Join us for the live streams on youtube.com/darktowerpalaver. The show notes are at darktowerpalaver.com. And then if you want to become a patron and support the show, you can do that at patreon.com/darktowerpalaver. And if you want to contact us, just because we didn't cover emails today, there is still ample space in the email bag. There are times that we have been months and months and months behind because we have so many emails, and we are totally okay with that. We'd love hearing from you guys. The whole part of the extended quartet is we want you guys to be part of the conversation, whether it's here in the chat, whether it's calling on the phone lines on our last episode of the year, or whether it's emailing. Peter can let you know the best ways to do that.
The best way to reach us, like Tad said, is through email. It's darktowerpalaver@gmail.com. And then our social media is Twitter is @DarkTowerPod. That's @DarkTowerPod. And then our Facebook is facebook.com/DarkTowerPalaver. And then our Instagram is DarkTowerPalaver, all one word with no spaces. And then check out our merchandise. It's tpublic.com/users/DarkTowerPalaver.
And then OG Chris just said, seeing Newman, what if Costanza played Calvin Tower, which is Jason Alexander? Honestly, that might be the most perfect casting I've heard. Dude, Jason Alexander would be the absolute fucking perfect Calvin Tower.
Yeah.
Like, so much so that I don't know if you'll ever hear me pick another Calvin Tower again. That is fucking genius. Well played there, Chris. So let me, I guess before we sign off, I'll throw on the surprise here. Don't worry, it's not that same button. But here's something I cobbled together here.
Now comes Roland to the Dark Tower. I have been true, and I still carry the gun of my father, and you will open to my hand. I come in the name of Stephen Deshane, he of Gilead. I come in the name of Gabrielle Deshane, she of Gilead. I come in the name of Cortland Andrus, he of Gilead. I come in the name of Cuthbert Allgood, he of Gilead. I come in the name of Alan Johns, he of Gilead. I come in the name of Jamie DeCurry, he of Gilead. I come in the name of Vanne the Wise, he of Gilead. I come in the name of Hax the Cook, he of Gilead. I come in the name of David the Hawk, he of Gilead in the sky. I come in the name of Susan Delgado, she of Magus. I come in the name of Shimi Ruiz, he of Magus. I come in the name of Per Callahan, he of Jerusalem's Lot and the Roads. I come in the name of Ted Brodegan, he of America. I come in the name of Dinky Earnshaw, he of America. I come in the name of Aunt Talitha, she of River Crossing, and will lay her cross here as I was bid. I come in the name of Stephen King, he of Maine. I come in the name of Oy, the brave, he of Midworld. I come in the name of Eddie Dean, he of New York. I come in the name of Susanna Dean, she of New York. I come in the name of Jake Chambers, he of New York, whom I call my own true son. I am Roland of Gilead, and I come as myself. You will open to me.
Just a
the horns,
fun way to end the year, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like I said, I do listen to things out of context. I know Peter said he didn't, but this is one of those moments, dude. I was like, I don't know. I don't know what it struck me, but hope everyone enjoyed that. We're signing off for 2022. And we'll sign off as we always do by saying long days and pleasant nights.
Long days and pleasant nights, folks.
All right. Thank you guys in the chat. You guys are awesome. Love having you guys as part of the conversation. You guys add a whole new dimension to the show, and it's incredible. Loved having the whole group here. Had a pretty good showing.
Yeah.
Thanks for everyone that called in as well. You guys are awesome. Have a happy new year. And we will see you guys in a fortnight as we are back for a roundtable, and we'll catch up on like the mailbag and the news. I didn't even look at the news. The only thing I did is glance through to make sure there was nothing massive that Flanagan-wise, because that was the only thing that I probably would have pulled into this episode, because I felt like it was all this the whole Flanagan thing and our our nominations. But there's a whole bunch of news to cover probably. So, and there'll be even more in the next fortnight. So, yeah, we'll be back in a fortnight. Thank you guys for supporting us and joining us. And also like the video. I'm a bad YouTube person because I always forget to say that. Like the video, like and subscribe, all that fun stuff. I don't have that on my announcements on the outro stuff, so I did forget to say that as well. But those are always great things. But yeah, you guys are awesome. See you guys in a fortnight. Hope you enjoyed the big episode this time. I didn't realize it would go this long. See you guys.
Bye, everyone.